Pam, tell me when you're ready.
We do have a quorum.
Okay, let's get going then. Good evening, everybody. This is the special open session to hear public comment before closed session. Do you have any, go ahead and read the agenda item and then let us know if you have any speakers.
Okay, the time is 5:30. This evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representative Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title Interim City Attorney. We received one comment. The comment is that Rachel is doing a remarkable job as the interim city attorney. And we do not have any other comments for speakers.
Okay, thank you. We are now adjourned to closed session.
Oh, you know what? I need to take roll. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Vice Mayor Bates. Vice Mayor Bates.
Present.
Councilmember Choi. Absent. Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson. Unmute yourself.
Choi is here. I talked to him earlier. I don't know. He must be unmuted.
Johnson is frozen. So, okay, so but I see that he is here. Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Myrick is absent. Councilmember Willis is also absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Councilmember Meyer is here.
There's Mark just popped.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Councilmember Johnson. I don't know.
Demolists, they're going to the closed session right now. The other meeting. Hi, Jeremy.
Richard, can you come help me for a minute, please?
Thing be going. Testing 1 2 1 2. Test test test. Yep, I can hear him. Hold on. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test test test. Test 1 2. Testing.
Hear you loud and clear.
What y'all laughing at?
We are on YouTube Live.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I thought I whispered that last comment, by the way. I didn't realize.
Wait, we're on YouTube? What? Really?
Yeah, if you log
Yes.
on, you can see the comments at the bottom and everything. People comment live during the council.
Oh, really? I've never noticed
Oh,
that.
that doesn't seem advisable.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
Just waiting for the mail.
Okay, say when, city clerk.
Okay, the time is 7:15. And this is the meeting of the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Okay, I'll call roll.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Vice Chair Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Choi,
Here.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez. Absent. Commissioner Myrick,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Chair Butt,
Here.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott. Absent. Next item on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is a report from the executive director.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, we see you.
We see your screen. Go ahead.
See my screen? Okay, good evening, commissioners. I'd just like to share a few updates with you. Okay, the Housing Advisory Commission had their last meeting on June 8th. We welcomed new Commissioner Dina Nelson. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for appointing her. We had a presentation from EAH regarding Nevin Plaza and the proposed improvements. We also had a leak that happened over a few months, but actually ended up in a major leak on the 15th of June. And we were assisted and called in Public Works Department, who immediately responded. Thank you, Mario Vaz and team. We had to have an outside contractor come in and do the repair because of the nature of the repair, but we were able to do it in a reasonable amount of time and with at the least inconvenience to the residents. The residents were out without water for a few hours that evening. We also plan to have a meeting with all of Nevin Plaza residents on July 9th at 2:30 p.m. And we will readdress or introduce EAH and talk about plans for Nevin Plaza. RJ has partnered with Urban Tilt on their CSA food box program to provide residents with free fruits and vegetables. And that's been going on for the last few weeks. And just a reminder that Nevin Village, Nystrom Village RFP proposal due date is July 10th. And that concludes my report.
And next item on the agenda is agenda review.
Any questions from any council members? Okay, thank you. Next item.
Next item is agenda review.
I don't hear any requests.
Okay, so now we need a motion to approve the Housing Authority consent calendar.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, motion by Bates, second by Johnson. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Choi,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner Myrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Chair Butt,
Yes,
and Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Okay, she is absent. The motion passes with Lieutenant Commissioner Scott absent.
okay,
Thank
the
you.
special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is now adjourned, and we will move to the special meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call roll again, please.
And the time is 7:21. Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Councilmember Myrick,
Present.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here,
Next item on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is agenda review, and we received a request from Vice Mayor Bates to remove items F11 and F13 from the consent calendar to be discussed at the end of the agenda. Do you still wish to remove these items?
F11 has been satisfied in executive session, so I'm okay with that. F13, a brief comment in reference to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
you want to take it off, or you just want to comment before we vote?
I didn't want to comment on F13, but F11, we got that information in executive session.
But you want to take F13 off the consent calendar, right?
Right. It'll be brief.
Okay,
Okay, item D is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
No final decisions to report.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Council. Since the first Contra Costa County shelter-in-place health order was issued in mid-March, our staff has had to be really adaptable and flexible in so many different ways. And we've actually been using our Emergency Operations Center, referred to as our EOC, to manage many of the disruptions and to try and create some of the new ways of doing business so that we can continue providing services to the community. Based on the current county health orders, we're actually working through some phases of reopening. And we wanted to share a little bit about that process with you and with the community. So I'm hoping that our presenters are coming online right now because we do have two of the superstars in our EOC, Genevieve Pastor-Cohen and Chris Castantoa. They're going to share a little bit about our progress and our plans in this process. So I'm going to turn it over to them for just a couple minutes of a presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Schneidman. This is Genevieve Pastor-Cohen, OES Manager, and thank you, Honorable Mayor Budd, as well as council members. Today, I'm Genevieve Pastor-Cohen with the Fire Department. I'm the OES Manager, and I will be teaming with Chris Castantoa, who is from the Community Development Department. When it came to providing a reopening plan, we started with a framework from which our reopening task force developed this plan. And there are several things that we considered. First of all, we considered Richmond's approach and requirements for regarding COVID-19, because we looked to the Contra Costa Health Order to lead in terms of health and safety protocols to protect the public, our employees, and our visitors. Another item was a variable we are constantly aware of is COVID-19, and it's continually evolving, and we need to adjust accordingly when the health order deems it necessary, whether it is to dim the switch or raise a switch. And which means that Richmond needs to be and maintain flexibility to protect our employees, visitors, and vendors when they come to our facilities. Also, in starting the reopening plan to design it, we initially focused on the safety aspect of reopening the facilities, and then we added the human resources component. When it comes to what we wanted to do, we had to, before we could look at this goal that you see on the screen here, we needed to look at the overarching concept of reopening, and that's a phased reopening just because of the behavior of COVID-19. The first phase would allow us to provide certain services by appointment, and we completed that in late March, and we'll describe how we did that later. The second phase was bringing back all staff and increasing some service levels in accordance with the updated county health orders, such as the library curbside services and day camps. That was completed. And we're continuing to referring to the health orders to allow us to open up, for instance, the indoor pools, which will happen way later. The third phase is reopening the City Hall and other facilities to the general public, and we don't have a date for that as yet. The fourth phase is when we'll be able to resume City Council meetings with council members and staff on site. And of course, we don't have a date for that as yet either. The fifth phase will be that time when we can resume City Council meetings with a live audience. And that will occur likely when Governor Newsom changes his executive order regarding in-person government meetings and or when a vaccine is available. And we can imagine that could be a while. So right now, what you see on the screen is where we're kind of at right now. Last week, we were able to make the facilities safe so that we could open it up. And also we were able to provide provisions so that and policies so that employees could come back to work safely and serve the public last week. This week, on Monday, we were able to allow the public to come to facilities to safely conduct city business, and that's by appointment only. And what we're doing right now is we're gathering more information from the different departments who are able to have visits by the public by appointment as well as by phone. On this slide, on the left side, you can see that these are our essential city services that were identified early in the game and they continue to operate during the confinement utilizing technologies such as Zoom and providing services and programs online to efficiently work with our community, agency partners, and internally while remaining compliant with the health orders. And concurrently on the right side, the Emergency Operations Center has been activated throughout this time. And it will continue until the federal government and the state closes the incident period, which seems to be quite some time from today. The EOC is staffed by department heads, managers, and staff. And our three outstanding objectives include: one, identify and updating essential services information, which we do constantly. And this is posted on the city's website and identified by the department heads. Second, we provide updated COVID-19 information to our employees and the public. And we do this via our city website, social media, KCRT, and also involved in that is our team of COVID-19 public information task force members comprised of police, fire, and IT staff that have been doing a great job in informing the public. Third, we continually are implementing precautionary measures to protect the public and employees from COVID-19 virus, and you'll hear more about that in a moment. During this time and realizing COVID-19's financial burden, we are documenting all our COVID-19 related projects, activities, and expenses in order to apply for eligible disaster cost reimbursements from FEMA's Public Assistance Program and now the CARES Act grant monies, which Richmond will be receiving to cover COVID-19 related costs not covered by FEMA. Let's see. A piece of this is of the reopening plan is continually looking at employee safety, because that's foremost, and in providing us a safe workplace, and also that employees feel comfortable, as well as the public will eventually feel comfortable coming to city for services. There's three components: human resources, safety training, and also facilities. Human resources developed a return to work program to assist employees to understand and manage their return to the workplace. This information is available to employees via the city's internet on the Human Resources website. It includes workplace return policy, how to self-screen, social distancing do's and don'ts, and more, along with Families First Coronavirus Response Act information on emergency leave, telecommuting requests and agreements, and also site safety training and our site safety plan. And also when it comes to employee safety training, this includes a safety webinar that can be accessed through the intranet website. And it covers some of the safe workplace practices, which includes physical distancing, personal hygiene, protective equipment needed, environmental cleaning, as well as medical screening. So, and also when it comes to the facilities safety assessments, we have that, and it's and it includes a thorough examination of identified facilities, workspaces, and the environment, internal air quality, common spaces, and lobbies, and public areas. In addition, there's appropriate signage is posted to promote the health order's mandates to social distance, wear face coverings, and go home if they're sick. So with our safety plan, we established a COVID-19 safety facilities coordinator position, and also we have a core team that's comprised of the reopening planning team, and also departmental contacts who are part of this team as well. With that, I will turn it over to Chris Costanchoa. Chris?
Good evening, Mayor Budd and the honorable council members. This is Chris Castanchoa, and I'm in the Community Development Department, the Building Division, and I'll be taking this presentation across the finish line, so to speak. So the safety assessments that Genevieve alluded to in the last slide were started with the 5 facilities that you see listed in this slide. The reopening planning team agreed that these facilities were most critical in our return to a new normal and operations, safe operations. And so as part of these safety assessments, site safety plans were developed by a consulting firm that we made use of. You see the name of it there at the bottom of the slide, Forensic Analytical Consulting Services, or FACS. And they walked these sites with facility staff, myself and Genevieve and a couple of others, and performed assessments of the HVAC system, the physical environment literally from top to bottom, and then developed plans for each of these facilities to guide us in implementing our phased reopening. Part of these safety plans identified roles and responsibilities of different staff as it relates to the reopening. They addressed things like infection prevention and incident response, and they contain several appendices which have things like critical supplies lists, global safe work practices, inspection forms that staff will complete regularly to make sure that all the safety protocols are being implemented properly. And they also include guidance for visitors, vendors, and recommended signage, much of which has already been installed in these facilities, or most of which, I should say. All of this information is accessible on the HR and the intranet webpage. And I would like to emphasize that, although we've been speaking a lot directly towards employee safety, a big part of this is also dealing with safety for the public and our customers. Many that are still coming by appointment, and then the ultimate reopening when we are opening the doors to the public and serving them without appointments. I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to tour any of these facilities, but if you have, you've likely noticed some of the physical changes that have taken place. In addition to the signage and things that we've posted, you've probably seen plexiglass screens and some other things, that were changes that were made to facilitate the safety of both the employees and the public. And so we'll move on now to the next slide. Yeah, Genevieve?
Yes, I moved to the next slide and I see that there's something else showing up.
Yeah.
Did I lose the connection?
I'm not sure.
So just keep sharing your information, even if the slides aren't up.
So the next slide that you can't see shows that there are some sites that remain in need of safety assessments, specifically community centers, the civic auditorium, senior centers, the courtyard, and then pools and park facilities that have buildings. So these are currently being looked at, I believe, by HR, risk management, and the city attorney's office in terms of which will be next and how that will take place with facts on board. The next slide, again, that you unfortunately can't see, is just some basic information that 4 major things that we can all do to make a difference. You've probably heard a lot about these of late, but they are very, very important. The first, of course, is social distancing, covering your face, frequent washing of hands, and most importantly, if you're sick, that plain and simply stay home. I'd also like to talk about, some of the things that are being implemented as part of these safety assessments. As employees have been asked to do a self-assessment prior to coming to work. They're to monitor their own health. There's a screening link that they were all provided with, in addition to some webinar training that they attended. And these links provide self-assessment, self-screening tools, and steps for doing so. Employees are also required to wear face coverings at all times in compliance with the state requirements and the county requirements. But however, here at City Hall, they should also wear them, with the one exception being when they're within their own seated within their own personal workspace or office. Employees are disinfecting their own personal workspaces, and utility workers are continuing with sort of a ramped up routine disinfecting and cleaning of all the other common areas for both employee and public safety. And then, again, I've talked briefly about this earlier, but there is a whole lot of signage that's been installed, both greeting employees and customers as they arrive, as well as within the different departments for things like social distancing and washing of hands and all the things that I mentioned earlier. And that brings me to our final slide, which is, we just thought we'd mention the people involved on the reopening team. As Genevieve alluded to earlier, it's been primarily composed of EOC staff, but members are on there from the Community Development Department, the IT Department, Fire OES, Human Resources and Risk Management, City Attorney's Office, and Public Works. And I just want to emphasize, as Genevieve touched on earlier, that COVID-19 is a constantly evolving situation. We're doing everything we can to stay current with the most recent county health mandates, and I feel that we've done a very good job of that. A lot of us, this is uncharted territory for all of us. I don't think that's any secret, and we're all learning a lot, but I think I've really seen a lot of people come together and work harmoniously with the city's best interests at heart. And so with that, that concludes the presentation we had for you this evening. Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Yeah, I actually had a statement. Well, first, Chris and Genevieve and the reopening team, I most definitely appreciate the hard work that you guys have been putting into this. And Genevieve and Chief Shepherd, I really appreciate the response to the email that I had sent. However, I do fear that this conversation around reopening is happening kind of prematurely, and it somewhat lessens the seriousness around the spike in cases that we've seen happen in California, particularly in Contra Costa County. I'm specifically interested in hearing more about increased testing in medical care, especially in the African American and Latinx community, which according to Supervisor John Joya is making up 75% of the cases here in the city of Richmond, which is almost double their population. And given that the governor has rolled back some of his reopening phases, I'm curious to know what our contingency is in the event that we may not be able to reopen until the end of the year, or maybe even after we come back from break. Those are the things that I think we should be discussing. And although I do appreciate the work around reopening, once again, I do feel as though this is a premature conversation that we're having, and it somewhat takes away from the seriousness of individuals knowing that this is a serious virus and that it's out here in the city of Richmond in an aggressive manner. And there's a lot of things happening that I don't think people know about. I know the county just started a testing site at Kennedy. I'm interested to know if the city is pushing for more testing, specifically, as I said, in the Latinx community, where we've seen a spike to 75%, which isn't showing up on the dashboard because there's a lot more information out there. And so I'm just, like I said, these are, once again, I appreciate the hard work that's been done around thinking about reopening and getting back to the new normal, but I think we need to deal with the present a little bit better before we start talking about reopening. And that's, once again, I appreciate the hard work, but this conversation is happening too soon, honestly, and not enough information is getting out about what's really going on today.
Other questions, comments from council members? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. To Councilmember Johnson's point, I would actually be curious moving forward when we're getting coronavirus updates that we are having that breakdown on cases identified in Richmond, and it also being broken down by demographic as well, because I think that is a good information to be providing the public. And I agree. Everything that I see on the news is saying health officials are concerned that we're opening too quick. And I know we just got a message saying, hey, can we show up for an in-person meeting on July 28th? But I'm also personally concerned that we're not even gonna have that meeting on July 28th because we're having more cases be reported in a day than we did when we first went in shelter in place. Now, I know our president is trying to pull back testing because it looks bad that there's more cases popping up, and that even increases the urgency around understanding what is happening in the city of Richmond and whether or not, if we as a council and people feel like it's a good idea to reopen on everybody else's timeline when we're getting news and expertise saying otherwise.
Any other comments?
I had a question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, go ahead.
You mentioned that there's a possibility of reimbursement from the federal government. What areas of reimbursement do you foresee as a result of the COVID-19?
Councilmember Bates, this is Genevieve, and there's a couple of areas. It has to do with emergency protective measures. And those are some of the first things that we did when we were first told that we needed to shut down. And basically preparing our facility to reduce staff, to also provide protective gear such as gloves and face masks, that sort of thing, to the public. I'm not public, to the employees. So it's really limited. Also, to some of the there's other measures that are covered by Category B, FEMA, and so it's very restricted. So, however, because of the CARES Act that just came out in April, we just learned this last week, and Mayor Butt, thank you so much for sharing that information about the CARES Act. The state received $500 million, of which the city will be able to take advantage of 1.3 million to help cover some of the costs that the FEMA Category B funds will not cover. So does that answer your question, Councilmember Bates?
That's good. Tom, I assume you talked to the governor.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else on this subject?
Just quickly, I wanted to hear the city manager or someone respond to the concerns of council members Johnson and Willis regarding, whether or not we're doing some of this reopening too quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And so we have actually been, we've actually been a little bit behind in implementing some of the county health orders in terms of what they have reopened. We've actually gone more slowly than the county has allowed. So the good news is that we're not pushing the envelope in any way. We also are, again, part of what you heard tonight was just trying to inform folks about the concepts and the planning to ensure the safety of the public and our own staff. You heard that we don't have plans to unlock City Hall doors right now. There's no date for that. There is also no date for the council meetings to begin again in person. We have tried to plan for that time. A number of cities are doing that already in the area. Because we've had, as you know, there's some frustration about some of the technology components. So we just want to be prepared and be ready for when that right time is. We too at the city are going to continue to not only follow the county health stuff, but monitor that data and do whatever we need to do to be able to help control this. What people can do most, whether it's our own staff, it's you as council members and trying to convince the public, the mask wearing is the #1 thing that actually helps prevent the spread when people, have to be out and about. So we're trying to make sure that that's in place, that our public is aware of that, and that all of those other measures we've all learned about, and I think most people are doing in terms of staying physically distanced and doing the hand washing, is again something we want to make sure so that we can do our part in keeping that spread absolutely as low as possible. So again, that the hospitals can maintain capacity.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the consent calendar.
Okay, yes, we need a motion to approve the consent calendar, and item F13 has been removed for discussion.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Johnson, second by Willis. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Bates. Vice Mayor Bates, your vote for the consent calendar. Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bates. Okay, absent for this vote. The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates absent. Okay, next on the agenda. Under budget, item G1 is to review and accept final budget projections for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 annual operating budget and fiscal years 2020 to 2025 5-year capital improvement plan.
So council, this is the culmination of this year's budget process, at least for the moment. I actually want to start with some thank yous before we launch into the presentation. As you all know, this has been a very difficult situation. We already had some significant budget issues, and then COVID came along and exacerbated some of our significant revenue sources, and it's put us in a pretty significantly difficult financial situation. So I also had a commitment, as you all know, to try and have a very transparent, very collaborative process, and that takes a whole lot of extra work from staff. So given all of that, it's been a tough process this year, and I really thank all the folks who've been involved, and that includes everyone from staff, particularly Markeisha Gilroy, our budget administrator. LaShonda White, our deputy city manager, has been a new role for her to take on. Of course, our finance director is very, very involved in everything in the whole process. We've got a revenue manager, department directors. Of course, the bargaining units have been very involved in this process this year. And of course, your guidance and your decisions, having these incremental decisions and guidance from you from week to week has really helped us be able to get here to be able to present a balanced budget. So we do have some modified recommendations for you tonight you will hear about. And I also want to just provide a couple of words of caution and a little bit of view into the future. While the budget that we are bringing to you and recommending is balanced, there are some significant concerns I have about it. A number of our assumptions might be too optimistic. We do not yet have sufficient labor agreements on labor accommodations with everyone. And even in what we're asking for is significantly reduced amounts from where we originally started. I mean, like by a third. And every week that goes by that we cannot count on those savings, our problem becomes compounded. Significant operational concerns are in place with some of the hiring freezes. I think we'll be discussing some of those with you starting as early as next month. And as you all are aware, we have a pretty extreme reliance on one-time measures. So the budget remains structurally unbalanced, even while it is balanced at the moment. It's a structurally unbalanced budget still. It isn't sustainable in future years. So you're going to hear a little bit more about some of those things from our budget team about those concerns. And there's a high likelihood that we're going to be kind of involved with this budget process starting tomorrow, July 1st, and back at some of the city council meetings, potentially in July, and certainly when you come back in September. So with that, I would like to ask our budget folks to start the presentation. And so you can hear the revised recommendations that we have to bring us into a balanced budget that meets a number of your goals, including no staff reductions at the moment, a significantly reduced expectation of contributions from our labor groups, and tries to, again, have some balance, even if it's not a structural balance at this point, while also minimizing, but not eliminating the use of our reserves.
Hey, Madam Clerk, could you show me voting for the consent calendar, seeing that King Richard muted me out of the conversation?
Yes, I will.
Are you ready? Okay,
yes, please start, go.
Hey, good evening, Belinda Brown, Finance Director. As Laura said, thank you everyone for all of your help. And I also want to thank the budget analysts, Bert Jones and Vernesia Ward, for helping to participate, bring this budget together. Okay, next slide, Markeisha. So the agenda for this evening, we're going to review the budget goals. We're going to talk about the budget overview and financial impact. We're going to give you some recommendations for closing the gap, do some budget updates, and then next steps. So as you can see, our goals have remained the same, to produce a structurally balanced budget, not in this fiscal year, we know, but to get on track with a structurally balanced budget, to preserve as many services to the extent possible, while also considering the impacts of COVID-19 on our service levels, to minimize staff reductions, and to increase the cash reserves to the policy level, 15%. So a quick overview. The budget is balanced with revenues and expenditures equaling $165.2 million. Of that deficit that we had, the $29.5 million, 80% of the measures did not directly impact our full-time field positions. To close the gap, we have used 62%. 62% of closing this gap was addressed by one-time fixes. As Laura has already stated, that's not sustainable, and we're going to have to do something in the coming year to take care of that. And finally, we were working with Proposal C, which originally had $5.3 million in union accommodations. So here are our recommendations for closing the gap. possibly using reserves to the tune of $885,000 to help close this gap. Offsetting some of the subsidies that we give to the community-based organizations by transferring some of this to the ECIA funding to the tune of $400,000. This has not been approved as of yet. This is still in the works. So we're hoping to come back next month to give you the final update, but we should know something if this is an acceptable transfer by next month. I'm also possibly having staff reductions through attrition, where we can kind of make up $600,000 based on employees leaving and not backfilling those positions. We did talk about before Public Works vehicle additional reductions. They had some trucks that we're not going to replace this current year for $135,000. The police department had several vehicles to the tune of $880,000. Well, of that, $600,000 were for vehicles that no longer had replacement parts. So we want to go ahead and replace those. However, there were a few vehicles that amounted to $280,000 that we are definitely recommending that we not replace those in this current year. And then that leaves us with $3 million for union accommodations. And so these are things that we're still working on. So just a little bit about the budget development process. Between March and April, we have our budget kickoff. Departments are entering their budgets. There are hearings with the different departments to kind of review their budgets. From May to June, we've had several budget presentations to council. We also met with the ad hoc committee, which consisted of the mayor and 2 council members and 4 additional union representatives. We've had union budget meetings. We've met with the management and leadership team and had meetings with them, all in collaboration trying to close the budget gap. We've had 2 community budget hearing meetings. And then we also had a preliminary 5-year forecast update from Russ Branson. And we will be coming back in September with updated information from that. So as you know, we start off with $7 million of reductions that we need to make for this current fiscal year. And we start off with $29.5 million gap for next year. So going through all of the council meetings, bringing this up to date. We're now standing at $700,000 still to close for this current year and 5.3 for next year. And we just went over the 5.3. Even though we're still showing a $700,000 gap or deficit for this current fiscal year, we have not closed the books yet. We're still running numbers, and we will come back to you with what we call a cleanup, a budget cleanup for this current fiscal year. And at the time, we plan to close this gap for the 700. Now I'm going to turn it over to our accounting manager, Antonio.
Good evening. Direct impacts from COVID-19 to general fund is close to $10 million. Of that, the biggest drop is sales tax. That is, of course, so many businesses are temporarily shutting down, and with the economy down, a lot less demand for many products. Forecast assumes the city will be back to normal until maybe January. Second is the hotel tax, which is going down significantly, a drop of approximately $750,000. And this also assumes depressed amounts through December. Third, the charges for services and rental facilities for the city of Richmond. Because of the shelter in place, many services provided by the city, for example, the rental of the auditorium that often came with police services has not and will not occur for a while. This is a drop of about $1.1 million across several departments. And various other revenue streams will be impacted to a lesser degree, such as business license tax, permits, fees, and fines. For property taxes, we're expecting to remain about the same next year as this year. Currently, the biggest wild card is the valuation of the refinery, which makes up about 20% of the total assessed valuation in Richmond. Current forecast assumes the refinery value to stay at around $3 billion. If the county assessor calculates the valuation lower, that would mean less money for the city. Usually we know that number the first week of July, but it looks like we might not get that report until mid-August. Utility user tax is also going down next year, but this is primarily because of the structure of the Chevron tax settlement. The city received $7 million in 1920, but will only receive $4 million in fiscal year 2021. For the rest of the taxes and revenue, we expect a slow growth through the fiscal year. %78 of the general fund is made up of property taxes, sales tax, and utility user tax. The bottom line number for next year is 165 million. Last year for the original budget, we're at 176.2 million. This is a drop of over $11 million that we'll see next year.
Okay, so for the expenditure budgeted assumptions, departments were directed to enter baseline budgets for fiscal year 21. And we have those lumped into two different categories. We have our personnel costs, which we're not assuming any growth in salaries, with the exception of very low growth due to salary step increases for staff who have not reached the top step in their salary range. The most significant growth, which is not controlled by the departments, is in the benefits category. And it's mostly for pension for the CalPERS costs and then the other post-employment benefits, or what we know as OPEB. For the other operating costs, again, most departments stay within baseline, and baseline is the fiscal year 1920 mid-year budget. And the major increase so far has been in the technology replacement. So that's in the cost pool category. We originally budgeted 4.3 million, which was the full cost of the project. And we now have $1 million set aside in the budget to pay for capital leasing for technology replacement. So that's the major variance from the current fiscal year to next year's budget. And again, most departments stay within their baseline. So here's an overall summary. As we can see, 131 million of the $165 million budget is attributable to salaries, wages, and benefits. In this budget, we also include a placeholder of 5.2 million. This is for union accommodations and other savings as we identify those, and Belinda presented that a little earlier in the presentation. So that is in the budget as a placeholder. So revenue and expenditures are at 165 million. Also, for the beginning balance on the cash reserves, we're estimating a beginning balance of 19.5 million. And with a balanced budget, we estimate an ending balance also of 19.5 million. So here we wanted to show staffing levels, with personnel costs being the biggest portion of the budget. This is a 10-year summary. As we can see from fiscal year 11-12, we started with 803 full-time equivalents. We're now down to 663. That's a reduction of 140 FTEs between the non-sworn and sworn categories. And in sum, for position control, we began this budget process with 722 full-time equivalents. We froze a net 59 positions, leaving a revised total of 663 that are currently included in the budget. It should also be noted that there were requests for other position control changes in the form of promotions and new positions. Those were proposed by a number of departments, and you did receive that document with this agenda item. However, none of those changes are included in the budget currently. Here's a summary of all funds budget for fiscal year 21. This is included in the resolution that you'll be adopting tonight. As we can see, the general fund is about 46% of the total city budget, which is 356 million. All funds from the other operating line all the way down to housing department are highly restricted funding sources. They are not commingled with the general fund, and they cannot fund general purpose activities. They're all dedicated and restricted to special activities, programs, and capital improvement projects. And then here's just a highlight of the capital improvement budget for next fiscal year. It's a total of 37.9 million. And the majority of that funding comes from four main sources, including special revenue in the form of state gas tax, Measure C and J, also bond proceeds for wastewater enterprise projects. And then we have a number of grants to fund these projects. Again, none of the capital projects are funded by the general fund. They all have special funding sources specifically for those projects. And that concludes my budget updates. I will turn the presentation back over to Belinda.
Thank you, Markeisha. So the city, we still have some fiscal challenges ahead. Our cash reserves are still below the current policy of 15%. And please keep in mind that 15% is slightly less than 2 months of reserves. We still have to work with the OPEB, the pension and other post-employment benefits. Those costs are continuing to grow. We do pay for, we do pay as you go for the retirees that we have. We take care of their medical. And then for the active, the employees who are working right now, we do make a payment for the current active employees. However, we're not funding the unfunded piece. We're not contributing any additional funds for that. In order to make a dent and to pay what we should be paying for towards the unfunded, that would be an additional $10 million out of the general fund. Also, we have millions of dollars of deferred maintenance and capital improvements on our aging infrastructure. We still have some negative cash balances that remain to the tune of 8.7. And we have the Richmond Housing Authority, who continues to need the support from the general fund. So they already have an outstanding balance. Their budget, they'll be coming back to the board, I believe on July 7th to present their budget. And then we'll be coming back to the council to talk more about the housing authority and what kind of support you want to give, whether it be through a subsidy, which means general fund, additional general fund dollars to support the housing authority, because as we know, HUD is not, does not give enough money to this department to support all of its needs until we complete the transition. So for next steps, we are recommending that the council adopts the 2021 annual budget and the proposed 2025 5-year CIP budget. Please keep in mind that depending on the outcome of the meet and confer process, we will be returning in July to give you updates on the changes for the budget. We will be coming back in September as well to give an update on the 5-year forecast. We should have more information at that time. And we'll be coming in September to do our year-end adjustments update and have council adopt that and hopefully balance this current year's budget. That's all we have for you today. If you have any questions, comments?
Questions from council members? Councilmember Meyer.
Yeah, a couple quick questions. First, the 600,000 that we're saying that we're going to save in attrition, just so I understand that. That's, I mean, my understanding is that the average employee, not non-sworn, the average non-sworn employee is about 150,000-ish. So that's assuming that about 4 people are going to leave their jobs during the course of the year and not get replaced, basically.
That's correct.
Okay, and I don't know how often that. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's probably is that a modest guess, or is that a, how on an annual basis how many people generally leave the city?
I'm not sure. I don't have that number, but usually when someone leaves, there's a replacement. So, okay. Yeah. So this is just assuming that you would have 4 or 5 employees that may leave that we don't have to replace those positions.
Okay. And then the 8.7 or what I think it was 8.7 million in negative balances. Those are. I guess I'm a little confused about that. Those are the different. Are those like the different sort of departments that are not necessarily general fund, but maybe taken from general fund? Because that's obviously the situation with housing authority, which you put in a separate category. So I guess I'm not understanding what that is.
So yes, that's correct. That would include the transportation fund. They're negative by about $1.7 million. The engineering and cost recovery fund, because we know that a lot of the work that they do is not, you can't recover the cost. And that's about 3.6 million.
Okay.
And then we have, let me see, we have stormwater for 1.4 million. And hopefully, well, in order to cure that, normally what would happen for stormwater would be they would increase their fees. They haven't done so as of yet. And then there's some housing funds where we're negative $1.5 million.
Okay. And then my last question, a couple meetings ago, we had passed a motion to freeze the lieutenant position, but then use that funding to hire new people in the Office of Neighborhood Safety. I think we were originally thinking it was going to be 3 people, but it ended up only being able to cover 2. And I think there was a leftover of about 60,000 or something. I'm wondering where that money is at now.
That went into
60,000 or whatever. So okay, so that's just in the general fund. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions, Nat? Mr. Vice Mayor, I guess I should say.
You're muted.
He's muted. You're muted.
All right. Okay, in speaking with Supervisor Joya, he indicated clearly that the county was going to provide the TOT tax for the Marriott and the other hotel on Cutting and Canal. So are you indicating that we're not going to receive that tax revenue?
That's
Everything.
correct. I'll go ahead, Antonio.
That's correct. Most of the stays are for over 30 days. Any stay over 30 days is exempt from the hotel tax.
Well, that's not the arrangement with the hotel and its residents prior to the COVID situation. Every day they pay a certain amount of tax.
If your stay exceeds 30 days, then you don't have to pay the tax. And the people that they have stayed are there longer than 30 days.
Well, someone need to communicate with that supervisor. Where is the overtime listed in the budget? I kept looking for it, but I can't locate it. Where, on what page, and you have the overtime?
There's overtime in different departments' budgets. Go ahead, Markeisha.
I was gonna say, it's
but
not broken out, it's in the salaries, it's included in the salaries and benefits totals. But it's a total of 24 million in the general fund.
Yeah, well, I see salary and benefits and I see professional services, but I don't see overtime.
It's rolled in there. Overtime is included within the salary and wages bucket.
Well, why would you not show clearly the overtime as it relates to each department, as opposed to putting it in professional services? Professional services is a combination of a whole bunch of things, which I was also going to ask. I noticed that there was $10 million in professional services budgeted for the department. Does that mean that part of that $10 million is overtime?
Overtime is in the salaries category.
The $71 million, the top line where it says salary and wages, overtime is included as part of your salary and wages. So it's included in that $71 million.
Yeah, but it's not identified. I'm looking for it.
And they've also reduced the amount by the $1 million as the council directed a couple weeks ago. So correct, it's not a separate line item in there.
Well, I would, last time we had a line item and it was very clear. And it's important when we're looking at budgets that the clarity is there so we completely understand. But when you roll it into something else, we have no idea. The last point I wanted to do is I want to ask for reconsideration of the ONS 2 staff members. And I'll tell you why. Those 2 staff members were put in at the request of the majority of the council. The city manager didn't recommend it. The police chief didn't recommend it. And neither did the director of the ONS recommend it. So the question is, why are we micromanaging and we're putting staff members in departments of which none of the department heads are asking for? If I asked the chief that didn't get back to me to give us an idea of what are the calls as it relates to the number of individuals throughout the community. And is a chief there?
I am here.
Okay, you got my email, I presume.
Yes, I sent you an email back.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Could you just give us an idea of where is the major calls coming from, percentage-wise or thereof? Give us an idea what kind of coverage you're experiencing.
So we have 3 districts here in the city. We have Northern, Central, and Southern. The majority of our calls come from this Northern District, which is the Civic Center area is the majority of the calls. That's 13%, which is beat 7, what we consider beat 7, and that's the Civic Center area. Following that, we have the most calls in the South Side, and that's where we actually have most of our violent crime occurring. And that's beat 3 is our the area that has the most amount of calls, and that has also the most amount of housing projects. We have the Crescent Park, we have Pullman Point, and Monterey Pines, and that's where we have a majority of our calls in the southern area. And then, of course, that's followed by the Central District. It's the smallest district in the city, but also has a high call volume, and that's located in the what was historically known as the Iron Triangle area, has a high percentage of call volume.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, my point is this, council colleagues. The ONS has been quite effective. They've done a relatively good job with the staff that they have. Why would we not add additional police officers to cover our most vulnerable areas, in particular in the minority community around the Civic Center, to give them greater police presence in their particular area, as opposed to just throwing 2 staff members over in the ONS, especially in view of the fact that none of the department heads have requested those staff members. So I hope you would reconsider and instead add additional 2 police officers where the chief has requested to be more protective of the people that are most vulnerable in our community.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple of quick questions. First question to finance director or city manager. Do you roughly know how much we've budgeted for this fiscal year to hire consultants that seems to be outside of the knowledge or body of work of our general staff?
So while the finance director is trying to pull up some information about that, just generally speaking, that is something that is within every department's budget, because there are certain things that we don't have staff with expertise. It's also, I think, certain things, professional contracts and services, or even things like our animal control services. So it covers a wide variety of things, some of which are not particularly in anybody's discretion.
Yeah, I understand that. I just go ahead.
Markeisha, are we looking at minimally $10 million?
It's a combination.
It's hard to break it out. I have to break it out.
Yeah, we would have to break out the details, but it's included in the professional services category.
Okay, so basically all departments put together, you know, in various descriptions, 10 million altogether if you add all the departments. Okay.
Correct.
And in terms of our state grants, when I was taking a look at the budget, I see we're doing a good job, especially in the capital improvement area. I'm assuming that's because of the gas tax. But for state grant revenue, it seems like for our general fund, it seems to be barely $379,000.
Yeah, so we don't put grants. We no longer put grants in the general fund. There's a separate fund where we account for that. And that's so as not to skew the numbers for the different departments. So we keep those separate. So
And the smaller amount that's in the general fund is just for the Office of Neighborhood Safety, but all other grants are in a separate fund.
Wait, what was that? My thing froze up for like
So
5 seconds. Sorry.
The amount that you see in the general fund, that's mostly for the Office of Neighborhood Safety. And we've always accounted for it in the general fund, so we left it there.
Oh,
But
okay.
there are other grants funding sources that's in a separate special revenue fund. But
All
it
right.
offsets some of the costs in the general fund.
All right. I mean, is there like, is it safe to say that maybe the city of Richmond could be seeking out other grants for special projects and just be a bit more intentional about how we get them and apply for them?
So I think what we could do is we could do a better job just in a separate conversation with you describing the amount of grants that we have. As you have identified, many of them are for capital projects, but we also have a high number of grants for our training department and other places. And so maybe it's not as clear, but I know that all staff and all departments are quite aggressive applying for these. Our planning department is very aggressive. That's not general fund based. Our police department is aggressive in going after them. And I see that our public works director would like to add some comments.
Yeah, this coming year, we have a couple of significant grants. One is for Poco Park in the amount of $8.5 million to extend the Harbor 8 Park extension. And we have another grant for $4.165 million to renovate the Burman Park. So those are very significant amount of work. And all that work is done by consultants. It's not done by city employees because we don't have the capacity to do that amount of work. And it's a limited time. It's only 2 years of work.
Okay. No, thank you for that clarity. Thank you for that. So I'm appreciate here that department heads are definitely going after these grants. That's great. Don't we still have lobbyists? Like, what are they doing? Like, we don't have our lobbyists anymore?
That got cut out of the budget several years ago. Finance staff can probably give more insight.
Yeah,
okay, that I was unaware. Other than what we've talked about in previous years with previous meetings with my other concerns that are still reflected today in this budget process, that pretty much clears up all the questions I have right now. Thank you so much.
Let me also just add that we, remember at the beginning of this process, we did acknowledge that there was two sides to trying to solve a budget problem. And that's both expenditure reductions as well as revenue increases. So in addition to all of the grants that people actively pursue, we also continue to have and will continue to work on that entire revenue list. And we again continue to work with the bargaining groups. We will be coming back to you in July with a recommendation for some revenue measures for the ballot. And so that progress is in place, as well as continue to work on looking at all of the other revenue options, things like changing our master fee schedule. That's going to be coming to you in July. And we now have an internal ability to be able to track revenue in general, in addition, beyond just grants, other types of revenue also. So we haven't lost sight of that, but those are midterm and longer term solutions, as opposed to immediate solutions to get a balanced budget in the current fiscal year.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And let me also just add that by no means should we be relying on grants to help us balance our budget, more like thinking about just ways that we can save money in our budget with various one-time projects throughout the city, because there's plenty out there that needs to be dealt with and can involve community members and other stakeholders and take care of Richmond without just solely hammering on our general fund year in and year out because of our structural deficit problems. So that's where my curiosity was from, just seeing that we're doing everything we can Also, if there's ways we could change the strategy or find other ways to get more one-time grant money projects into the city too, you know, if there's any wiggle room or lessons that we can take from this situation that we're in right now.
Councilor Martinez. Unmute. There you go.
Yes, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was our community organizations that got those grants and not staff. And the reason I'm bringing this out is that our community organizations and our community as a whole has made Richmond the wonderful place that it is. And I believe that what they've done has enhanced Richmond. And on the other hand, I think that we should also be thinking of the community in terms of how we serve them. And that's one of the reasons why I've been looking at the multi-year comparative position listing, because it's how we fund the positions that determine what our values are as a city. And I've noticed that there's been a lot of reorganization. You know, when I was looking at it, I was seeing that a lot of positions were being eliminated, but then I realized that a lot of the positions, that 8 positions that were eliminated, have actually been transferred to a new department called Economic Development. So could I have some understanding as to how this is envisioned in terms of serving the city of Richmond?
I can just give a really quick overview, and other folks can provide additional detail. But as you all know, when Stephen Falk was the interim city manager was here, he did a reorganization. And therefore, a lot of those are reflected now in the budget differently. And so it was an accounting, we went through an accounting process to be able to better reflect where those positions are.
And if I could
Councilmember Martinez, this is Shasa Curl, and just by way of background, so currently in the city manager's office, we're still managing all of the environmental and health work. We now also have the Arts and Culture Division. We also have the Richmond Housing Authority. We also have Economic Development. And that brings us to a total of 16 corporations, boards, commissions, and so forth that we're supporting. So that includes everything from working collaboratively with Recycle More, the AB 1617 Steering Committee. We also have All Real Property. So we're working on the Surplus Property Commission to bring that all to you next month. We have the PAC and the RAC, RHA Housing Corp, Easter Hill Housing Corp, Nevin Resident Council, Housing Advisory Commission, and the RHA Board. And so with those 8 positions that you're describing, that is the body of work that we're covering, in addition to new policy directives that the City Council brings forward. So I welcome the opportunity to talk to you or any of the other council members regarding our economic development work. We actually released an RFQ today for economic development and action plan to bring forward to the City Council for consideration.
No, I appreciate that. It's just that I guess I'm confused as to whether or not people are working in the city manager's office or working under these separate departments. So
they're working in the city manager's office with these accounting tools that allow us to look at the budget more comprehensively and in more detail, depending on the work that's being done.
okay, so then, you said there were 16 people in the city?
No, I said there's 16 boards, commissions, and committees that we staff.
Right,
At this juncture, go ahead.
Sorry, Shasa. I just wanted to really quickly, even though it's shown differently because of the reorg, in the budget, the number of FTEs has not changed.
Actually, it has been reduced because we had a economic development position that we aren't filling. And I think there's a couple other positions that we're not filling.
So there were some frozen positions, but overall the FTE count from the current fiscal year prior to the reorg has not changed the FTE, the head count. It just is shown differently in the budget because of the reorg.
Right, so right now Nanette is the only full-time FTE at the Richmond Housing Authority with the exception of the resident housing manager. And so a great deal of our effort is spent towards real property matters on behalf of the city of Richmond. And so as LaShonda, the city manager, indicated, with the reorg, we've taken on significant additional responsibilities and there has not been a corresponding reflection in the staffing. So we greatly appreciate your ongoing support.
Well, you definitely have my support. I'm just trying to get an understanding of who's in the city manager's office, who's not in the city manager's office. So I take it that I know who's in charge of the port. So who's in charge of economic development?
Me.
Okay, and who's in charge of internal services?
I am.
And who's in charge of transportation?
That is managed by Lori Reese Brown, and now transportation got moved under community library and community services department. So it used to be city manager's office and now it's in a different department.
But it's listed separately from the library. Why is that?
I completely understand, and we tried to fix that after the budget was the budget documents were provided, where we rearranged the way in which position control listing looked. So we apologize that is what was included as or posted to the website. But we did move things around so it was a little more comprehensive and understandable for the community when looking at it. That although the reorg shifted some departments or divisions around, technically the city manager's office contains the city manager plus her executive assistant, but also the 2 deputy city managers. And then there's different divisions or departments that those 2 deputy city managers oversee. So, and what is posted online was revamped so that it was clear for the community. So we apologize for that.
Okay. One other thing, I've been concerned about the possibility of furloughs being implemented. And that was one of the reasons why I supported the freezing of the lieutenant position. But then when the motion was to not have the lieutenant position as a money-saving position, but a transfer to other positions, I didn't think that was related to the budget, because it wasn't reducing budget.
Unmute yourself, Councilor Martinez.
Sorry about that. So it seems if you wanted to keep it a budget item, we would freeze the position and leave the money to fill the hole of the deficit. That's it.
Other questions and comments from council members, Vice Mayor? Or let me go ahead. Go ahead, Vice.
Someone else hasn't spoken. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Well, Councilmember Choi had his hand up, so why don't you go?
I'll yield.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you both to the mayor and the vice mayor. Just because there has been an awful lot of public inquiry and actually speculation into the library, I was hoping for a bit of an explanation of exactly what's going on. From my point of view, there are, I just wanted to confirm a few things. It appears that there are no layoffs happening within the library system. Is that correct?
No full-time staff.
Okay, so the part-time staff, it does appear that there's some part-time staff. And I think the majority of the measures taken in reference to the library was a freeze of, I think, about, was it 2.5 FT full-time equivalents?
So part-time staff citywide, across the board, that includes every department. There is a reduction in part-time staff across the board. And then your specific questions, I need finance help. You said something about 2 particular FTEs?
Well, I believe there was a freeze of 2 point something FTEs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I believe the specifics of it was a librarian number 2, and I believe maybe an assistant.
Library assistant and a library aide.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. The reason I'm asking is there's been a lot of speculation about what this will do. I'm assuming that there's what are the effects on the branches of these reductions, both through the freeze and the part-time employee across the board layoff?
This is Sal Vaca, Library and Community Services Director, and thank you for asking the question, Councilman Choi. At this point, we are anticipating some impact on the branches in the form of reduced hours, as is the case in the main library. But what is being proposed in this budget is full-time staff remain intact, library services remain intact, but we will be adjusting the hours based upon a number of circumstances.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Sal.
And Sal, how much of that is related to COVID and that we still can't open?
All of it is related to COVID.
Yeah. And also on a kind of a wider basis, one of the things I've been trying to wrap my head around and in some cases discuss with the public when I'm asked about it is, as far as the part-time employees go, let me put it the way I think of it. For our part-time staffers that don't have the full range of benefits and whatnot, it is actually probably beneficial for them to be laid off so that they can collect unemployment. Is that correct?
So again, there's definitely an unemployment benefit that they have access to and that we do not resist in any way. We work with them on that process as necessary and with the unemployment paperwork. And I think Sal actually knows through other services that he provides in his department a little bit more about that than I do.
Yeah, in some instances that is the case, that there is a benefit for part-time individuals to be laid off because of the additional federal assistance that's being provided for unemployment insurance that provides up to an extra $600 per week on top of what they receive through the state. So your statement is correct that in some instances, there's a greater benefit to receiving the unemployment benefits.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Sal. I have to say, because we're looking at things in numbers, I feel it's often useful to remember that these are individual people who have decisions and choices, and their life can be quite complex in these troubled times. But thank you so much. That was actually the part I wanted to focus in on, just because there's been so much comment and speculation about it. So I wanted to make sure we were as clear as possible. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you
Yeah, I wanted to get clarity on what was the compromise on the police vehicles.
So I talked to, Bisa French, interim police chief. I talked to the staff at the Public Works to talk about the vehicles and how many we had in our fleet. We started off with the recommendation of replacing 28 vehicles. That was reduced to 16. And after speaking to the Corp Yard this week, we've reduced it to 10. Those 10 vehicles are Chevy Caprice vehicles. And like I said at last week's meeting, we are unable to get replacement parts for those vehicles. Those vehicles were made in Australia and the parts come from Australia by boat. So even if we need a part and they are able to get it, it takes 4 to 6 months for us to get that part. So it's really difficult for us to continue to have these vehicles in the fleet. And I think Dee Carnes is also on here and she could talk about kind of the history of those vehicles. Now that still leaves us with several vehicles in our fleet that have over 170,000 miles on them that we will need to get replaced in the fiscal year after next.
And so again, keep in mind as Dee helps fill in the details for us, that's about a 2/3 reduction of what we believed was needed. And that's going to potentially increase maintenance cost or in the future compound the amount of money that we're going to need to replace those vehicles ultimately. And again, I'm sure Dee can help us with additional details.
Well, I suggest you keep the council apprised as we go forward. Is there any possible way we can get one of those vehicles to my colleague, because his car is having difficulty? It's being kept together with the Bernie Sanders bumper stickers, and McLaughlin bumper stickers, and the Javanka bumper stickers, and the Vote RPA bumper stickers. Once those signs break loose, that car is gonna fall in the street. So can we make sure that Eduardo get one of those vehicles that not being operated as well?
Actually, those stickers made my car so popular, someone took it last night.
File a police report.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. The first one is, I'm not sure what I'm being asked to vote on. I'm looking at the staff report and the project binder, and I see
So maybe I could ask the finance director to pull out, or Markeisha to pull up the slide. So you're being asked to vote on two things, which is the general fund budget and the 5-year CIP.
I know that. Let me finish. So I see general fund revenues of 155.9 million, and I see general fund expenditures of 160, and then the slides you were showing were like 165 million. So what is the budget?
165 million for revenue and expenditures.
Why is that different than what's in the staff report and in our binder?
So you have to go through a couple more pages where it shows the transfers in and transfers out. And if you add those up together, it comes up to 165.
Well, couldn't you guys put it in one place so we can see it? I mean, again, I don't know what I'm voting on because I don't see it in one place.
Is there a page number that you could point him to?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at page 41 and 42.
He's looking at the budget master. Is that what he's looking at, Markeisha? Yeah.
Yes.
That's where I'm getting 155 and 160 million.
And also, just to be clear, while the 165 million won't change, we are recommending the changes that reduce the amount of placeholders that we have for accommodations from unions, do include some use of reserves, do include further reductions in vehicles, and those couple of other items that we showed you early in the presentation.
Well, isn't there somewhere you can put that all together in one place so that we're actually looking at it rather than some slides that we don't have?
So I guess the easiest place, because on the budget master, it's not added up that way. So if you look at this, the PowerPoint presentation.
Well, I'm not going to vote on a PowerPoint presentation, but so anyway, I'm confused about that. But I had some other questions and some comments, and some of these I'm going to echo what Vice Mayor Bates said. You know, the item about ONS, I think ONS is a great program. I think they've done great work. But I echo what he said, that as far as I know, they haven't formally asked for any more money or justified it. And remarkably, and I think this is a credit to a lot of different people and departments, remarkably, we're trending on the lowest homicide rate, I think since, for decades in Richmond. We've had only 4 homicides since October. So that's about a half a homicide a month. And I'm crossing both fingers and knocking on wood. But, if we kept that trend up, this would be the lowest homicide rate almost in Richmond history. So I'm just curious why we're beefing up ONS, when we're trending toward the lowest homicide rate in history. So I don't want to get in an argument about that. That's already been voted on. It's already in the budget. I'm just concerned about it. The other thing is that this is probably the strangest budget I've ever looked at. It is built on presumptions about union agreements that are all in process, and we have no idea how they're going to turn out. Up until today, there were $6.5 million worth of union accommodations, and now we're apparently down to around 3 million. But we have no idea if they're going to actually happen or not. And I've never seen a budget like that before, a budget that's built on things that we have no control over. But I will say that one of the things I've been advocating, and I think Vice Mayor's, talked about it too, is doing something about our overtime. And, the last figure I got from finance is that we had $7.4 million in overtime, and we knocked $1 million off of that. So I guess we're at 6.4 million right now. And we could wipe out half that overtime and balance the budget. And I just don't understand why we haven't done it. Every time I have this discussion with the city manager, she says, well, that would take an agreement by the unions. It would take meet and confer to do that. We can't do that. And my response is, well, the other 3 million of accommodations will take the same thing. So why are we not looking at overtime and looking at accommodations? I don't understand it. And some of these employees are total compensation with huge amounts of overtimes, over $500,000. And I just don't understand why we're not looking at that. And then the last issue I have has to do with things I've advocated for now for actually several years to try to increase our revenues. And one of them involves actually collecting taxes on all the cannabis related industries in Richmond. There are lots of operating businesses that are not paying taxes, and we're losing money on them constantly. Just last week, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm going on information that came from city employees. Just last week, there was a fire and an explosion just down the hill from me in that little business area next to the motel where where homeless people are being put up by the county. And my understanding is that it was probably a cannabis extraction business, and one person, according to a city employee, had his face blown off in the accident. And so it makes you wonder, why are these businesses going on in Richmond right under our nose? Everybody knows about them. Everybody talks about them, but nobody in the city, not the planning and building department, not the police department, nobody is actually coming down on them and making sure that they have permits and they're paying taxes. And we're probably missing $1 million in revenue on those, maybe more. And then the other one has to do with permits, building permits. People build things all over the city without permits all the time. The word on the street is, don't get a permit. It'll take too long, it'll cost too much. And, you know, if you get caught, you know, you might have to pay a little bit extra, but you're not going to get caught because that's the way we do business in Richmond. Just a couple of days ago, people were complaining about a project that was going on again right down the hill from me. I can see it from my driveway, and somebody was building a project down there without a permit, and a citizen, you know, brought it up and contacted the planning department. They red tagged it, told the people they had to come in and get a permit, and they were really surprised because, you know, why do you need a permit in Richmond? We never had to get a permit before. So I think there's probably another $1 million in permits that the city doesn't collect. And the final one is business licenses. We have lots of businesses around Richmond that are still not paying business license taxes. And I've brought this up over and over again. So, you know, if you add those three together, we could probably balance the budget just by doing a better job. And I get really frustrated because instead of tending to business, like collecting taxes and permit fees, you know, it seems like so many people in Richmond, in the city of Richmond, city employees are spending their time on investigations and complaints and grievances. And those do not bring money into the city of Richmond. They cost us money. So I think that, you know, if we could make some cultural changes in the city, if we could get some departments to do their job and collect taxes and collect permit fees, and if we could deal with this overtime thing, we wouldn't have to balance a budget based on presumptions that we're going to end up successfully negotiating with our public employee unions. So that's my rant for tonight. I'm not happy with this budget. I'm not going to vote for it. But those are my points.
Excuse me, Mayor Butt.
Yeah.
In the staff report on pages 18 and 19, there's a summarized table of revenue and expenditures that adds both of those up to show the $165 million budget.
I don't have a page 18 and 19 in my binder. My binder starts with, oh, wait a minute, maybe I do.
Should be in the middle of at the bottom.
Introduction, right, let's see. Um, 18, 19. I don't have a page. Oh, wait a minute here. 18 and 19. Okay, all right. So so total expenditures 165 million. Total revenues. Is that where's the total revenues shown? What page?
Revenue is on page 18. It's before the expenditures.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Could I ask one other question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
What's your projection for loss of sales tax revenue? Staff?
You froze. You froze during your question.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
What's your projected loss of revenue percentage for sales tax?
The amount is $7.4 million decrease.
What's percent of the
I believe it's about 11%.
That's interesting because the state is projecting 25 to 30% sales tax revenue. How do you differ from what the state is, that's from Governor Newsom, as I recall?
That 11% assumes the months through July through December, a 35% decrease.
Oh, you're looking at
So for the
6
full-
months. You're
right,
not
for the
looking
full-
at the full year.
For the full year, it averages out to 11%. For the first 6 months, of roughly 35%.
Well, unless we recover, we're going to be looking at adjustments down the road. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from council members? If not, we have speakers, I assume, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, why don't you call them?
Okay, first, we have 27 comments to read into the record, and we have 10 callers for item G1. And I'm going to summarize the comments that we received before 3 p.m. today. One comment given the city manager, Laura Snideman, finance director, Belinda Brown, and budget administrator, Markeisha Guillory, a lot of credit for the budget because the budget process is not easy. One comment urging the city council to not cut the dispatcher positions. One comment urging the city council to oppose the approval acceptance of the budget projections, annual operating budget, and 5-year CIP until the reevaluation of the Richmond policing model is addressed. One comment urging the city council to keep libraries open. One comment urging the city council to make the hard decisions. 13 comments urging the city council to defund the police department and create alternative models to public safety. One comment received, instead of talking about defunding the police, let's talk about making sure our police officers are trained properly and support the Office of Professional Accountability that we already have in place. 2 comments urging the city council to look into balancing the budget by looking into the salaries of our upper management and letting the workers continue to do their jobs for the community. No cuts to furloughs, no cuts, no furloughs, no layoffs, no paying into OPEB. One comment, why are administrative cuts not being considered? For example, the city manager's position. We fired our last city manager because he suggested reorganization. We are still paying him $260,000. Then we hired a new city manager who we are paying $343,000. We are also paying a deputy city manager over $200,000. Is it necessary to tie up over $800,000 in a city manager position? To add insult to injury, none of these people are from or live in our city. And now we are going to go to our first 6 callers. Each caller will have up to 2 minutes to address the council. Just Ward, please go ahead.
Okay, I have Elsa Stevens on the line. Elsa, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Elsa Stevens, Richmond voter. Young people call football and basketball elite athletes who make tons of money ballers. Here in Richmond, some city employees are ballers if you compare their wages to the average city employee. During shelter in place, people learned who is essential. The people who work the hardest and are paid the least are the most important people in our lives. Why is it always essential workers' wages that get cut? This time with furloughs. Furlough is just another word for partial layoff. The city manager and all the other non-essential 6-figure city employees should take a bigger hit. We must not cut the wages of people who, for no matter how hard they work, they can still not afford to live in the Bay Area with dignity. Ballers have suggested we close library branches. People wouldn't be able to walk to their local library to look for work online, redo resumes, nor keep up with schoolwork. This year, some city equipment will not be upgraded, replaced, or even repaired. Don't cut essential workers' wages. Leave our library branch hours alone. Ballers who make over $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year need to sacrifice more. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. My next caller is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, are you ready to speak?
Yeah, I just have to mute this. Okay.
Tarnell?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell. Hello. Tarnell. So I'll come back to her. Lizzie?
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thanks. My name is Lizzie, and I'm a resident of Richmond. Mayor Butt, week after week, you're using your e-forum and these council meetings to tell the residents of Richmond what they believe and what they want, instead of actually listening when we call and when we write to tell you what we believe and what we want. A $2 million decrease in the Richmond Police Department's operating budget is not enough. It's not what we want. We want you to cut the police budget by $14 million. When you, the city council, vote to cut essential community services like libraries, to take hours and income away from the staff who are already paid the least, while you also vote to maintain or increase salaries of people who are already paid the most, and to extensively fund the police, you're demonstrating that you do not value community empowerment. You're demonstrating that what you value most is a system that oppresses the very community you were elected to serve. It's unconscionable. Is a shiny new Australian police car really more important to you than, say, the human being who drives the bookmobile? Please make decisions tonight that prove you are listening to what we want and prove you care about the health, safety, education, happiness, and well-being of the people of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Claudia Jimenez. Claudia, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
1 moment. Yeah.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Claudia Jimenez, Richmond resident. Tonight you have one more opportunity to vote your values and show the community to represent what you stand for. We are in a moment where critical services like libraries are being threatened. The proposed budget for the next fiscal year, which will be presented at tonight's meeting, eliminates the federal libraries position, and by eliminating these, will reduce the services and hours. This is not a speculation. This is what the budget is showing us. The Children's Services Division, which include the Bay, View, and Westside branches, and the Brook Mobile, relies heavily on part-time personnel to keep these 4 locations staffed. The majority of the population served is low-income children of color. Because the city is so geographically spread out, children in Richmond do not always have a way to get to the main library. In addition, the Brook van brings library materials to senior housing and community centers. The city is considering repealing and reducing tenant protections and youth programs, yet our city has the 4th largest police budget in California, and there is no clear way for the public to know the overtime. I think the public will appreciate if this presentation was more clear and transparent to show things like overtime department by department. If we want to make structural budget changes, why there is no a serious conversation about the police budget? This year alone, the police budget made up over 40% of the city's general fund, totally over $73 million. Our solution is simple. Take the funds out of the police budget and create alternative systems to respond to mental health, homelessness, blight, code enforcement, and more, and balance the budget so the city won't have to cut services like the library. When we talk about defunding the police, we mean reinvesting directly in the community.
Time has expired. Thank you, Claudia. My next caller is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
When is it?
You have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start. Marisol?
Yes, okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I was born and bred right here in Richmond. As a Richmond native, a Contra Costa alum, and now a professor at Contra Costa College, I'm disappointed in the minimal attempt by our elected city officials to rebalance the budget. Right now, Black and Brown communities across the nation are mourning the deaths of George Floyd, tortured to death by Minneapolis police, Breonna Taylor, an EMT killed asleep while in her bed
in Louisville, Kentucky. Sean Mentirosa, a young Latino with his hands up right across the bridge in Vallejo, California. Their names are added to a devastatingly long list of Black and brown people having killed at the hands of law enforcement. Not to mention the others whose names we don't know yet and may never know since they were killed without a camera recording. Will Richmond be added to the list of cities with police terror, or will our elected officials stand on the right side of history and rebalance the budget? For my friends, for my family, for my students, and for my community, I demand the city of Richmond decrease Richmond Police Department funding by $14 million. We demand investment in our communities, including libraries and other essential community resources to ensure our community not only survive, but thrive. I want to thank Councilmember Martinez and Willis for your devotion. I urge everyone to dig deeper into their soul while we balance this. This is not about numbers, it's about lives. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Ben Terrell. Ben, are you ready to speak? Ben? Ben? Okay, I'll check on Tarnell real quick. Tarnell?
Yes.
Are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is Tarnell Abbott. I am a Richmond resident and a homeowner and a voter. This is in this budget crisis, we are in an emergency, so you should use some reserves. You should also stop spending money on vehicle replacements. The police that I see on the street are driving late model SUVs. If there are furloughs or salary cuts, make them proportional. People who make the most amount of money should bear the highest burden. Those who make the least amount of money should not be asked to take the same pay cut as those near the top. Please save paratransit. I don't know why there's no drivers in that department, but you need them. Save the library services. The branches in the bookmobile serve mostly children of color. Richmond's geography makes it difficult, if not impossible, for many children to get to the main library. The book van serves seniors by taking library materials to senior housing complexes and community centers. The proposed budget has eliminated all 17 part-time library staff. This means no branches, no bookmobile, and no book van. The Bayview Library serves children in the Crescent Park neighborhood and nearby communities. Westside Branch in Point Richmond serves many children who go to Washington School, many of whose parents work in Point Richmond in what is called the service industry jobs. The bookmobile serves at schools and neighborhood community stops. Your budget priorities show that you do not care for poor people, people of color, children, seniors, and disabled people. You can turn this around. You can take some money from the police budget and reallocate it to the library. Libraries do not stop crimes in progress, but they play an important role in crime prevention. They give people a world to think about, to dream about, something to hope for. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll check on Ben. Ben, are you ready to speak?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
All right. Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association. Look, overall, and I do mean to support the council. I do want to thank the elected officials for having faith in the bargaining unit's ability to problem solve. I think the ad hoc committee would have worked better if labor could have actually spoke during the meeting, but we worked it out with the elected officials and the labor coalition. Additionally, allowing the unions to provide a concurrent budget plan during the process was fair and transparent, and that's also appreciated. But it's clear to me as a labor leader that the financial hide the ball game still exists in the city, and I very much wish that we wouldn't have come in and have to do this every year. It's June 30th, the end of the fiscal year, and we're still, quote, running numbers, according to the finance director, Ms. Brown. whatever the hell that means. And maybe we need to get the finance director a better calculator. But here we are at the end of the road, zero resolution on June 30th. And thank goodness, at least from Markeisha, without her, we would have been lost. Many of these financial issues should have been dealt with months ago, the second at the onset of the pandemic, and yet it was allowed to drag on. But you know, I think we will get there, and hopefully with a little bit more transparency when it comes to labor concession. On to labor, JL, that lieutenant spot is still in the budget. You can't wish it away in a public forum like that. It's called an unfair labor practice, and you have to have meeting confers. Some of you guys just don't seem to understand labor, and you definitely don't understand labor like you understand TOPA. Cut and paste doesn't work here. This city needs economic development, period. Some of our own council members said tonight they didn't even know we don't have a lobbyist anymore. We have to have economic development. We can have a lot of things in this city, but not without money. And everyone needs to remember that when they vote for people in November this fall. Defunding the police department is defunding the only part of the city that responds. First, 24/7, 365 days, rain or shine, day or night. And when you reduce that, you're going to spit in the face of the 7,000 residents who call us every month. Most of those people, because this is a minority city, I will remind everyone that, most of them are people of color, and they rely on us for public safety.
Time has expired.
Without having a long-term plan.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, now we'll go to our first 6 comments. Our first comment is from Yvonne Raimondo. I am writing to you regarding my concerns for the budget session. I am currently a communications shift supervisor and have worked as a dispatcher for the last 14 years. Being short-staffed in the center has always been a concern. We are the first responders, and our duties vary throughout the shifts. We answer incoming lines from both emergency 911 and non-emergency numbers, work a main law channel and a secondary service law channel for police services. We also work a fire channel and deploy emergency medical dispatch for citizens needing medical attention and or requesting an ambulance. We also take calls that are out of our jurisdiction or require some type of transfer to the correct and proper resources. These are just a few of our daily duties, and we perform these duties while working with minimal staffing and on numerous hours of overtime. I supervise a team of 2 dispatchers, making us a crew of 3. There is a daily vacant shift with overtime. For the past 3 months, our team, day shift Thursday through Saturday and every other Wednesday, has answered 12,775 calls for service. We have worked a total of 1,902.6 hours. Employees have been working 72 hours of overtime or more each month in order to fill vacancies and alleviate the workload. If positions are frozen or cut in the dispatch center, current employees will have to add even more overtime to their already full schedule. The concern here is sleep deprivation and compassion fatigue. Studies show that after 20 days of demanding activity, if one gets 7 hours of sleep, they function at 87% peak efficiency, 6 hours a day at 50% peak efficiency, and 5 hours a day, 28% peak efficiency. Mayor Butt, I lateraled over the city of Richmond with Richmond PD as a communications dispatcher, shift supervisor from another agency. I was asked in my interview with the chief and captain, why Richmond? My answer was simply, it is home. I was born and raised in the Contra Costa County, and although I didn't spend all of my years residing in the city of Richmond, I did spend a good percentage of them here. One rule that I personally live by is to always remember. Our next comment is from Ana Gonzalez. I'm a Richmond resident. I live on 11th Street. I am a tenants' rights advocate, a parent leader at Perry's Elementary, and a member of the community group ACE. If there's anything we can all agree on, is that all we want is safer streets and deserve better libraries and parks. It is important to keep a robust budget for these departments to thrive and for our children to grow. Instead of investing more in police, we should invest in services such as libraries, recreation, code enforcement, health services, and homeless programs. Please do not cut funding to libraries, parks and recreation, code enforcement, and traffic safety departments. Our next comment is from Angela Flores. I'm a Richmond resident and a member of the community group ACE. I am writing you today because I have heard some concerning news that has to do with budget cuts to some very important services that our community relies on. I have 3 kids. They like to read, and I am always making sure that they are expanding their opportunities inside and outside of their schooling. I don't like the idea that services like code enforcement, parks and recreation, and libraries are being forced to take a cut. Please do not cut these services for granted. Please do not take these services for granted because they are what keeps the city together. If you're going to make cuts, please make cuts to the police department. Thank you for your time. Our next comment is from Asuncion Carmona. I've lived in Richmond for 15 years and I am a member of ACE. I don't want to see cuts made to the budget for community services. We need more money for parks so that I have a place to play soccer with my kids. We need more money for the library so my kids have a place to study. And we need more money for stoplights, speed bumps, and stop signs. We do not need more money for the police. We need to decrease the police budget and put that money into things that community needs. The police already have more than enough money than compared to other community services. Thank you. Our next comment is from Blanca Rotano. I live at 2001 Gaynor Avenue in Richmond, and I'm a member of the community group ACE. Many of you might know this infamous apartment building for its frightening accounts of code violations. I've had to deal with numerous infestations of rats, cockroaches, and most recently bed bugs. Not too long ago, I had to call code enforcement on a Saturday morning when I had my mom and dad visit from Mexico, who I haven't seen in many years. After trying to get a hold of the manager with no luck, I informed code enforcement and I let them know that there was a water seeping through the ceiling down the walls like the waterfall feature in my bathroom. I was scared it would cause a short and electrical. I forgot the man's name, but he helped me get a hold of the landlord, and in 15 minutes he showed up at my door and got to work quickly. I don't know how the city would function with an understaffed code enforcement unit, which already is stretched thin. I am also a mother of 3 kids, and I'm concerned that the city is thinking of slashing funds for the library. My kids and other folks in the community need a library. It's part of what makes a community and where many gather to have local meetings. Not to mention the need for safe parks and recreation. We need to make sure the funds for these departments are not always getting the short end of the stick. Our communities need the services. Please consider making cuts to the police department to balance the city budget. The city council and staff also need to figure out how to bring in more revenue for city services. Don't take away what we barely have. So now we'll go back to our last 4 callers.
I have Mike Parker on the line. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mike Parker, I'm a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. The community asked you to protect public services, and you respond by laying off part-time workers and furloughing other workers, which is an effective cut of services by 10%. You all claim to be progressives, yet you voted for a regressive way to balance the budget by hitting the part-timers and lowest paid workers the hardest. By the way, the federal subsidy for unemployment ends this month. So part-time workers will be really hurt, the ones that are laid off, because they have no other coverage. The mayor apparently has a lot of time to publish major attacks based on distortion and fabrication of facts against the Richmond Progressive Alliance. May I suggest that if you really care about the budget, that you would spend your time helping to promote the Schools and Community First initiative that'll be on the ballot, state ballot in the fall. If we can pass this, it will be a big boon to the city. The state measure will take the corporate loopholes out of property tax while protecting homeowners. It's going to be a lot of hard work to do that, and we have to not only convince all Richmond residents, but everybody that we know that we need to support this if any of the cities and any of the services in the local service in the state are going to recover. If we can require the corporations to pay their fair share, it will make a big difference in our city budget. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Gail McLachlan. Gail, are you ready to speak? Gail? Gail? Okay, we'll move on to my next caller. My next caller is Carolyn Graves. Carolyn, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Oh, okay. Hello. Thank you for listening to me. This is Carolyn Graves. I'm a resident of the city of Richmond for over 30 years. Speaking to the budget item, yes, I'm speaking, but I can't hear myself on the call.
The TV's delayed. You can go ahead and talk.
Okay.
And so I would just like to comment that I think that the city should consider the non-police for the non-violent crimes. Maybe not a one-for-one person exchange, but since the police is the biggest part of the budget, it makes sense to perhaps look at least either during the day or the evening, at least one team of people to respond to the nonviolent crimes. It's just, I'm assuming that with the overtime, the policeman would cost more than to a social worker, and other cities have used a social worker plus, I think, a medical person. And it just seems to make sense that that would help reduce the budget, even if it's not 24/7. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you ready to speak?
Yes, I'm ready.
You have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I am a homeowner and property taxpayer in the city of Richmond. Want to say thank you again to Councilors Martinez and Willis. And I want to speak to the idea of not being able to cancel a contract with the police or defund the police because of labor issues. Just wanted to say that police labor unions, police labor is not the same as other types of labor. Police are responsible for breaking up unions. Police are responsible for enforcing the will of bosses, and to declare yourself aligned with unions is laughable. I want to join the chorus of voices calling to defund the police. As the budget proposal showed, we have very little money in our budget. Our reserves are dwindling. We need significant change, and we need it now. And that change should be what the people are asking for. The people of Richmond are calling to say that we need to defund the police and fund community services. The question about what to fund is very simple. We should fund everything that is being cut right now, and defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will reach back out to Gail.
Okay, I'm gonna go to our next 5 comments. My name is Presidia Guzman. I live on Kalinga Avenue in Richmond, and I am an ACE member. I am not okay with any budget cuts to our libraries and vital city services that we depend on for the betterment and safety of our community. Please do whatever you can to avoid taking away from our kids, our seniors, and our safety. Where there is a will, there is a way, and I implore you all to find another way. There is always another way, and I believe you all can and will do better. If you need to make cuts to any department, it should be the police department, not to libraries and other vital city services. Our next comment is from Cornelio Perez. I live in Richmond, and I'm a member of the community group ACE. I request that the city council cut the police budget by 20% or more. The police doesn't need more money. We're currently in a pandemic and a housing crisis, and we need to use those funds to house homeless people, not for more police. Our next comment is from Christina Lorenzana. I am a tenant. I live on Barrett Avenue, and I have been an ACE member of the local Richmond chapter for a little over 4 years. In that time, I have been getting more and more involved in city politics. So I come before this board today because I'm concerned about the potential budget cuts that are underway. Parks and Recreation, as well as our libraries, are an important part of maintaining a vibrant community. Code enforcement is another essential service that must stay. Who is going to make sure everything is up to code in our city? Don't cut these vital city services. Our next comment is from Edith Pastrano. I am a community organizer with ACE. As a lifetime Richmond resident, I have fond memories of going to the Richmond Library and having such a wonderful experience where as a child, checking out books and finding a passion for learning new things. Over the years, I've seen how our libraries, art programs, and other extracurricular activities constantly get shorthanded. It's heartbreaking because this tells me that our community resources are not a priority for the city when it comes to investing in it. As if that's not enough, the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as code enforcement, are also under threat. I've had to personally reach out to Parks and Recreation to make sure someone came out to pick up a bunch of trash, needles, tampons, and stuff, to make sure the area where kids play is clean and safe. I have also made calls to code enforcement a number of times for friends and family because this is the unit whose job it is to make sure health and safety codes are not being violated and to ensure that complaints get resolved. This is too much for an essential department that reducing staff or its budget actually seems like a legal issue. If the city can't handle the cases that we already have now, I can't imagine that it will look like what it will look like when Richmond's code enforcement department can't even do the job done properly, or how this will reflect if our other governing bodies have to step in to pick up the slack. Others have also made a really good point about keeping the employees employed, which I will also agree with. In conclusion, I see no reason for these essential services to be tampered with. If anything, I suggest cutting the police department. Our next comment is from Amelia Bermudez. I am a Richmond resident and a member of ACE. I urge you to defund the police. Right now is not the time to increase salaries for the police. It is more important to keep the library open and maintain the city's parks than to fund the police. We also need more traffic safety improvements like speed bumps. Our next comment is from Elizabeth Castro, Richmond resident. I am an ACE member and I live on Bissell Avenue, and I would like to express my concern for the city budget. I have 5 children, including a newborn. I want you all to know that my children are avid volunteers for the City of Richmond events. Ever since they were little, they have always liked to volunteer in anything that they liked. I have been more aware about what it means to stand for and what it is right, and definitely during this time. I ask that this body consider other options to fix our city budget. You can't possibly go to bed at night knowing what you are doing, that you're doing away with vital services that we all need. Do not take away services from seniors, workers, children, and vulnerable people. Do the right thing. I have faith that you will all do the best for my children and other children from our community, and there's nothing that we would be more devastated by than to know that our parks and traffic safety could possibly be defunded. Remember that you are putting jobs on the line. Please cut the police budget if you need to help balance the city budget. Don't cut the services we depend on. Okay, now we'll go back to our last caller.
Okay, I have Gail McLaughlin on the line. Gail, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Gail McLaughlin. I'm a Richmond resident and the former Richmond mayor. I want to add my voice to the many voices that you have heard already, and to reiterate some of my comments from past meetings. We are in the middle of a paradigm shift in terms of how the public views its priorities. I stand with the Coalition to Reimagining Public Safety in urging the council to take more money from the Richmond Police Department to avoid cutting services. When I was in office, we talked continuously about addressing the root causes of our problems, root causes of crime, root causes of poverty. That's why we created ONS. That's why we advanced the Green Job Training Program, and we advanced LEAP. And that's why we prioritize library, full-time staff and part-time staff. That's why we filled up our community centers and improved our parks. So these programs need to be in place and expanded in order to keep going in the direction of building up our community. Now, I also want to say that some cities are getting this and are taking significant funding from their police departments, like Baltimore, $22 million cut from its police department. Portland, $15 million cut from its police department. Also Philadelphia, Minnesota, and Berkeley just cut a significant amount. So I just want to end, as I began, with saying we are in the middle of a paradigm shift. The council needs to shift its priorities as well. And you can do that by shrinking the police department and expanding services. Give people more opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was my last caller.
Okay, this next comment is from Dorothy Gilbert. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I'm Dorothy Gilbert, a Richmond resident, 22 years in July. Thank you for hearing me. Once again, I am writing to you to urge you to please fund and support the Richmond Public Library. The public library is the heart and center of the community. We need our bookmobiles with its drivers. We need our branches. I live near the Bayview branch, and we have been glad of its presence and proximity. And we need reinstatement of our library staff. We need them to make the library function, and we have so far placed an unfair burden on the part-time workers by dismissing them. I am a scholar and author, and I can't imagine functioning without a library. But like many people, I use a public library for learning about the world around me and for much needed recreation. I speak for my people of various ages and conditions when I say that a library is essential for its services. It's story time for kids and assistant for kids. It's bank of computers for those who do not have them at home. It's reliable supply of humanizing texts for all of us. It is a center for people to meet and study together. And the bookmobile is essential. I remember the bookmobile from my childhood over 60 years ago. How much we kids and parents look forward to it, how exciting it was to get into the van and look around at all the books and choose them. My mother was a librarian in a public middle school, and she always felt that she could reach kids at a critical time. It was that age, she said, when kids begin wanting to read on their own and to love reading. Of course, it is important for younger children to short story time, book tales, and find books. Please fund the library. Funding 3% of the budget for the library and 40% for police is not the right proportion. Support the library. Thank you again for your attention. Okay. Our next comment is from Sally Tobin. Dear Mayor and City Council members, in the current budget situation, of course, cuts must be made, but not to the libraries. Libraries are a community resource. Libraries support education. Libraries provide exploration and knowledge to Richmond youth. Libraries are valuable for adult education. And libraries are a relatively inexpensive part of the Richmond budget. As a child, the library system in my town had a bookmobile. Certainly my school had no such resources. My horizons were open, and it has made a huge difference to my personal and professional life. We owe the youth of Richmond that chance to grow. How can they see the universe of possibilities without access and resources? Please do not cut the budget for the Richmond Public Libraries and keep all branches open. Sincerely, Sarah Tobin. Okay, our next comment is from Laura Canello. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I am a proud member of the City of Richmond Communications Center. We dispatch emergency and non-emergency calls for the Richmond Police and Fire Departments. I have been here over 28 years and am the most tenured dispatcher in the center. In that time, our incoming 911 calls have increased exponentially. Our calls for service has increased significantly as well. Additionally, we have added emergency medical dispatching, text to 911, Shot Spotter, citywide CCTV, Gym 911, GPS tracking, and rapidly deployed radius technologies. While we dealt with the added call volume, field activities, and added responsibilities, you have taken our staffing from 28 full-time working dispatchers to 16 dispatchers. The state of California recommends a minimum of 7 working dispatchers in the city center during busy times. We regularly have 3. On top of that, our state mandated 15-second ring time for incoming 911 calls is dangerously longer because of your decisions. With these gravely depleted conditions, it is completely unbelievable to me that the city sees it fit to freeze our empty positions. A typical dispatch training takes 10 to 12 months to do the job proficiently. We have a few new employees that have entered the training program, but not nearly enough. We are the sole point of emergency contact for our community. In the case of any type of disaster, we are egregiously understaffed and won't be able to handle the increased call volume and radio traffic. As you continue to take positions from us, add to our workload, and provide us less resources, how can you tell our citizens you have their best interests at heart? You have kept and even added many positions that do not attend to the community in their time of need. Although having additional records, clerks, additional supervisory positions, let me just finish this sentence, throughout the city and having no so many managers making more money than they did 2 years ago. It's a wonderful thing for our city morale. Okay, our next comment. Sabrina, go ahead and read.
My name is Ezekiel Chum. I live in Richmond and I'm a member of ACE. I am writing to you because I want to see you cut the budget, police budget. You should not increase salaries for Richmond police. Rather than funding the police, the city should fund parks, libraries, housing for low-income people, after-school programs, and traffic safety improvements. Thank you. This next comment is from Hippolito Pastrano. I'm a Richmond resident for over 30 years and a local ACE member. I would like to start off by saying that I am not in favor of reducing the budget for services that are essential to the city. Code enforcement is already understaffed and our neighborhoods need upkeep. Traffic safety is very important, as well as our libraries and parks and recreation. There are a number of ways to close the deficit in the budget, including making cuts to the police, but cutting the budgets that are already underfunded is not the best way to fix the problem. This next comment is from Jose Murillo. I am a Richmond resident and a member of ACE. There are 5 people living in my family. I am very disappointed to know that the city is proposing to make cuts to services that we desperately need. We can't take any more deprivation. I work very hard to make sure that I am doing everything I can to take good care of my children and my wife. I am writing to express my concern around the budget cuts that are being considered for the fiscal year. The city should protect the vital services that we need in my community at all costs. I would like my kids to be able to go to the library and enjoy the parks in Richmond. I know we are in a pandemic and there are grave decisions that need to be made in order to see a future, but right now we must think about services that are sacred. That is code enforcement, traffic safety, and parks. Especially right now, we need to take our kids for walks to relieve stress that the quarantine is causing many people. This next comment is from Juan Lozano. I'm a Richmond resident and a member of ACE. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I disagree with the city's plan to slash funds from very important departments citywide. First of all, code enforcement is too much of an essential department to be messed with. Our city libraries need more funding, not less. If you're going to make cuts to any department, it should be the police, not these other services that we depend on. This next comment is from Laura Godnice. I am a Richmond resident and a member of ACE. Living in Richmond, it breaks my heart every day to see so many people living outside in encampments, especially during this pandemic. Over the last 5 years, there's been a huge increase in Richmond's homeless population. We should be investing in housing and services for the homeless, not more funds for the police. I urge you to cut the police department budget and redirect those funds into housing and homeless services. Thank you.
This next comment is from Taylor Kennedy. Dear City Council, I am writing to urge you to defund the Richmond Police Department by at least $14.4 million and demand community involvement in item I-1 Planning Commission. The Richmond Police Department has shown us over these past few weeks that they do not understand the defund the police movement or what it represents whatsoever. We all heard call after call from RPD 2 weeks ago during the City Council meeting saying they were offended by community members' calls to defund RPD and concerned about the criminals that they were taking over our streets. These sentiments show how little to no reflection they have on their job performance or understanding of the reason for the defund movement. So tonight I ask you to acknowledge the RPD is hurting our community in countless ways and killing our residents without any contemplation or change to their actions. Please vote tonight to defund RPD by at least $14.4 million and invest in communities such as Office of Neighborhood Safety, mental health services, homeless outreach, and youth programs. This is your chance to show Richmond residents that you are listening to the residents and why you deserve to keep your seat on the council. We will remember each of your actions tonight when city elections come in November. Thank you, Taylor Kennedy. Our next comment comes from Michael Schlimmer. Okay. Mayor and City Council members, I have been employed working in the 911 Dispatch Center going on 25 years. Currently, I manage the center in my career. Mayor and City Council members, I have been employed working in the 911 Dispatch Center going on 25 years. Currently, I manage the center. In my career, I have seen the dispatch staff go from 28 full-time dispatchers and 3 supervisors to now 16 dispatchers and 4 supervisors. Our staff has been nearly cut in half, yet our workload has nearly doubled in the same time frame. Since the beginning of 2016, we have lost 9 dispatchers. 6 of these dispatchers resigned. Reasons given was fatigue, tired of working so much overtime. Of these 6, 4 went to work at other dispatch centers in Contra Costa County where the workload was substantially lighter. All staff work an average of 12 to 24 hours per week of mandatory overtime. Cutting more positions from the dispatch center will increase this amount, thus causing more burnout and fatigue. As a Richmond resident myself, I cannot stress how important keeping the 911 center operational in the city of Richmond is to our community's safety and quality of life. Please reconsider freezing any other dispatcher positions. Thank you, Michael Schlimmer, Communication Centers Manager. Okay, and I have one more to read, and this is from Lauren Rasmussen. Okay. Dear City Council members, I'm a resident of the North and East neighborhood of Richmond and would like to recommend that a task force be created to develop alternatives to the police rather than internal city staff working on a plan independently without community input. This task force should include both members of the community as well as community-based organizations. Any consultants who are contracted by the city must have experience with alternatives to policing, police budgets, as well as over-policing of Black communities. All consultants should be approved by the task force. Task force should be provided with all legal availability with city data, as well as a budget allocated from the RPD to perform the work needed to recommend alternatives to the police appropriate for the city of Richmond. This task force should additionally have standing meetings with the city manager and the city attorney. June 30th, 2021 is too long to wait for such urgently needed changes to Richmond policing. This task force should be appointed expeditiously and begin reporting to City Council monthly beginning no later than September 15th. And this is from Lauren Rasmussen. And this is a comment for item G1 and I1.
Our next comment is from Martha Pastrano. I'm a Richmond resident. I've lived on South 30th Street for over 15 years. The conditions of our streets lack attention. Over the years of living on this street, the pavement has deteriorated and multiple potholes now decorate our narrow streets. The back street on Hoffman is notorious for having debris and illegal dumping. We need a budget for code enforcement and traffic safety in order to maintain our streets. The city needs to find other sources of revenue to fill the gap in the budget. Cutting our services like code enforcement and traffic safety is not the way to do it. These resources need to stay in the departments to suit our community needs. Also, cutting library hours is not going to fill the gap. Again, not only will it take away from our community, this will negatively affect our city workers by having unnecessary layoffs. This next comment is from Raul Vasquez. I am a Richmond resident and an ACE member. I have 3 sons who are students. They are regularly used the public library to do research and study. In my 40 years of living here in Richmond, I have never seen anything like this pandemic. With the spread of COVID, we do not need the mayor to cut the budget for community services. We need the parks so that we have places to exercise. We need the city to invest in traffic safety measures to prevent more accidents from occurring. If there are any budget cuts to be made, the cuts should be made to the police department. The department have received more than enough money. It is now time to provide our communities with more assistance and services to make sure Richmond residents are healthy now and into the future. This next comment is from Sarah Rodriguez. I'm a Richmond resident and a member of ACE. I would like to side with my comrades about the concern for the city budget. I don't think that cutting city services is a good idea, especially because we are talking about essential work in the city and not to mention the staff workers. What will happen to them? The city should be doing everything possible to maintain its staff employed now more than ever. I like to add that I usually take a walk at the park by Kennedy. I live on Taft Avenue. Our parks need to be well maintained. People like to visit the parks. It would be a shame if this council decided to cut parks and recreation, then other options like cutting the police exist. This next comment is from Veronica Medina Hernandez. I am an ACE member. I do not agree with the council's decision to make budget cuts to our services. I have kids that look forward to going out and taking a walk at the park. I would like to have our library functioning so my kids can benefit from them. When I heard that cuts would be made to traffic safety and code enforcement, I was sad because we need to make sure that our streets and our buildings are being kept up and that they are safe. Now, can the city not take care of us and keep us well and safe? We all want the best for our families, so please do everything to maintain our services running smoothly. Thank you. My name is Veronica Medina. I live in Richmond, and I'm a member of the community group ACE. For my family, it is very important to have parks that are open and available for my kids so that they have a safe place where they can go and play and get fresh air. The library is also really important to my family. It is a place where my kids can go and do their homework after school. I think that our city needs to cut the budget for the police because right now we need other services like youth programs and housing. The police do not need to buy anything. They already have new police cars. Thank you. And that was our final comment.
Okay, council members, anybody want to make a motion on the budget? Councilor Mark?
Yeah, actually a couple questions. First, back to the line of questioning that Councilmember Choi was doing earlier around the library. How many part-time positions were cut in the library?
You need to bring me some food up here. You need to bring some food up here. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, good evening. This is Sal Baca, Community Service Director. The budget as proposed does not reflect any cuts in the part-time staff of the library.
Wait, so we're not cutting any part-time staff
That is correct.
for the library. When did that change?
It's been at least a few meetings ago.
Okay, so the cuts that the library are taking are just in this conversation around things that you're not going to be able to do this year anyway because of COVID and the impact of the furloughs?
Correct.
Okay, and the bookmobile, is that still going to happen? Because that actually seems like something you would want to happen during COVID.
The bookmobile and the vanmobile are parked right now just because of distancing requirements that we're just not able to operate. We will be looking at some options of perhaps delivery of books to community residents, and that's something that we'll have to work out with staff.
Okay, so but that's not going to be impacted by any of what's in this budget. That you will still be able to run those programs. Okay,
that is correct.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the budget, the final budget projections for fiscal year 2020, 2021, annual and the annual budget for fiscal year, the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2020 through 2025, as listed, as currently presented to the council.
Is there a second?
I would like to vote on them separately.
Second by Johnson, and I think Vice Mayor Bates wanted to say something.
I wanted to inquire about two issues. First is that the dispatcher, I was not aware of the seriousness of the lack of staffing in that position. I like for the staff to respond. The critical need for dispatchers and what is going on in there, in that department.
Chief French, you want to respond?
Hi, Bisa French, Interim Police Chief. So we've had a lack of staffing in our communication center for quite some time. We lost many dispatchers over the last year due to our staffing challenges. They went on to work for other departments because of mandatory overtime. This is mandatory overtime so that we have enough dispatchers. And again, it's never enough with the staffing allocated that we have to answer calls for service. So there always has to be a minimum amount of dispatchers on duty at any given time. I sent you all an email last night that kind of details everything that has to do with the dispatcher positions. And like I said in my email, there is no way that we can continue to staff the communication center without these positions that were talked about cutting last week. if we do freeze those positions, we will have to continue with mandatory overtime throughout the next fiscal year. That is going to burn out the dispatchers. They were burnt out last year. That's why many of them left. And we're going to continue to have that issue moving forward.
Chief French, we also want to talk about, you have officers that are also backfilling in the communications center.
Yes, to alleviate some of the mandatory staffing for the communications dispatchers. Over the last year, we've trained some of the police officers to work in the center to answer calls. They can't do dispatching because they don't have that level of training, but they can answer calls for service 911 calls that come into the dispatch center and at least answer those calls. But that comes at a price. That's at the overtime rate for a police officer.
Well, from my observation, this is extremely critical. You're talking about life and death, and especially among our senior citizens. And I'm just surprised that there was not a stronger push, a fight from your department and the city manager to fill these positions. And I'm not going to support a budget that does not have that kind of staffing, as critical as it is to not only seniors, but to anyone who, especially with this COVID-19, people need medical attention immediately, and they can't sit there and another thing, are we meeting the state requirement?
We are not meeting the state requirement, and we have not met the state requirement for quite some time. We're supposed to answer 911 calls within 15 seconds, and we've been out of that state requirement for quite some time due to the level of calls that we receive in our center and the amount of people we have answering.
That's totally unacceptable. The second thing, Mr. Mayor, until the city staff come back with this overtime resolution, how much, don't put it in the salaries because I can't figure out how much is overtime and how much is salary. Until the staff come back with a comprehensive program, itemizing and detailing what the budget, I don't understand. We had that before, and all of a sudden you guys sort of try to hide it from us.
Yeah.
So I'm not prepared to support a budget unless it's delineated and it's itemized where everyone can understand what we're voting on. So that's my position. And if you got 5 votes or 4 votes to proceed, God help you, because this council got to be a lot more responsible and demanding some accountability. And this is not the budget that I perceive that I can support at this time.
So I think we had a motion by Mark, was that right?
Yeah, but before we go to the motion, just Chief French is still there.
Yes.
Your concern right now is about additional freezing in the because I think we did not, from what I remember, you had requested 3 additional dispatcher positions and we froze 1, correct? And we kept 2.
Yes, we have, that's correct. We had 3 positions, 2 dispatch, well, yes, 3 dispatcher positions and 1 was frozen so far. And last week there was talk about the 2 additional dispatcher positions.
So just so I'm clear, the concern is about if we were to freeze those other 2. It's, I mean, obviously it would be better to have more. I mean, you know, but
well, the concern is
about
for all of them due to the staffing concerns that we've had for the last 2 years in our communications center.
And so if we put back that 3rd one, the dispatcher 2, just because it's written differently now, I forget what the cost is for that. What's that? It's
so dispatcher 1s and 2s are interchangeable. Once you have a certain amount of time, you automatically go to that dispatcher 2 position. So those are interchangeable. The dispatch, when we hire people, they go into the dispatcher 1 position. After a certain amount of time that they are in the position, they move up to the dispatcher 2 position.
But what I'm asking is, since the only one we froze was the dispatcher 2, how much is the cost if we put that back in? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm sorry, I don't have the
Okay. I mean, that's somewhere. I know we looked at it before.
Right.
I've got it around somewhere. I will agree with Councilmember Bates that this was easier early in the process, the way this budget looks, it's kind of hard to find things.
Ms. Brown, do you have the vacancy list that has the amount for each position?
I'm looking it up now.
Okay.
And while they're looking that up, I also just want to repeat what I said earlier in some of my comments, that there are several different organizational challenges that staff is very concerned about, some of the frozen positions. So that's something that, in addition to dispatcher, there are several other positions that we would likely be coming back to discuss with you again. And I also see our budget administrator is on. She might have the answer also.
I have the answer. It's 137,523.
I mean, if it makes folks feel more comfortable, we can add that 137,533 back in for dispatcher 2. I don't know where my colleagues are at on that, but I wouldn't, you know, in terms of where this budget is at, I wouldn't have a problem with making that change, you know, and figuring out another way. Maybe taking that additional funding from, as the mayor has sort of suggested, looking back at reducing the overtime budget further. So maybe reducing the overtime budget by another, you know, $500,000 or $250,000 to cover that cost of that dispatcher.
And the total overtime budget is at 6.4 million. So it was reduced by 1 million from 7.4 million.
So I will amend my motion slightly to add back in that second dispatcher and just reduce that overtime budget by that difference, by that $137,000 and change.
Is there a second for that motion? I don't see.
My second still stands. Yeah, I can second that.
Okay, we have a second from Johnson.
Yes.
Anybody else have questions or comments?
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment. I'll just say that I appreciate everything that staff has done, this council and ad hoc committee, because of the labor unions and community members that have been more involved in this process than I can actually recall even before being on the council. However, I am not prepared to support this budget tonight myself. I've made various motions to budget values of communities and working families, and I've seen some of it represented, but at the same time, I'm coming from a background when I've been in organizations that have had multiple challenges. All the top executive staff and directors took weeks off of their salaries and their hours just to make sure that folks like me who were in a part-time position could still work and be able to have an ability to make a living, because we were worse off than they were. And I wanted to see that reflected in the budget. It's not anything personal. It's just about protecting people who are already in dire straits at part-time positions, especially in the middle of a pandemic where we've reached historic unemployment rates. And I can't see myself signing my name or voting yes on a budget that doesn't reflect those kinds of values. So I appreciate the work that's been done. I look forward to see how these iterations move forward. But as of right now, I couldn't in good conscience support this budget.
Anybody else have a comment? Vice Mayor, did I see your hand up?
Well, I share Councilmember Willis's position from a different perspective. One is that we're not getting our priorities straight from my observation. And as indicated, this dispatch is a very critical aspect of the police department. I don't understand why we would prefer to give money to ONS, who's not asked for it and who's done a relatively good job, as opposed to sharing the money where it's further needed. The other thing I don't like is lack of transparency where we got overtime put into the salaries. That doesn't make sense. Throw the overtime out there where we can see it. And if and when we do vote on the budget, I'm going to insist that if my colleagues will support that every month the city come forward with a justification for the overtime and how much it is. If you don't keep track, it just goes away. And someone has to be a little bit more responsible in authorizing this overtime in the first place. So until some of those things are resolved and give a clear idea of the budget completely, I'm not prepared to vote. Now that means that, do we have to vote tonight? Or can we postpone this? I think the charter mandate is that we have to have a budget by July the 1st. But I like clarity with reference to, do we have to vote tonight, or can we vote maybe next week or either Friday? I'm not opposed to having another meeting Friday, but I'm not prepared to vote on it tonight until I see in detail the various budget itemized in dollars and cents.
Well, we do have a motion and a second. I think we ought to go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Well, hold on, Mr. Mayor. I mean, let's figure out, I get it. Like, you guys got, like, there's concerns with this. First of all, let's hear the answer to Councilmember Bates' question from staff. And then let's figure out what those of you who aren't ready to vote for it, what will it take to get that done tonight? But let's hear staff's answer to Mr. Bates' question.
Well, first I can start off, Mayor and council members, under chapter 2.61 of the municipal code, you are required to adopt the budget by June 30th. And finance might have some additional details sort of about just ramifications of being able to, pay for things without having a budget adopted. But it's required under the municipal code.
Well, if we don't do it, are there somebody going to throw us in jail?
I'm sure you will do it as it's your mandate.
Okay, well, I think we have a motion on the floor. Let's take a vote on it.
I think with the crisis that we're faced with, that date can be suspended. I don't think any court or anyone else is going to say, oh, you didn't do it by June the 30th, therefore X, Y, Z. So I have no problems continuing this a week, allow staff to come back with a refined recommendation and the facts and the figures as I've indicated, because I'm not going to vote on any budget that I can't look at in black and white and comprehend what is going on and how the expenditures and the revenue are coming in.
Well, instead of talking about why you're going to vote and not vote, let's just vote on it. Let's vote it up or down and then deal with it then, okay? So let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates?
No.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
No.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
No.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion fails with Vice Mayor Bates, Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Willis, and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
I'll make a motion that is continue 1 week with the staff directed to come back with a revised budget that delineate the overtime, the necessity of the dispatcher, and justification for the ONS staffing.
Councilmember Bates, the dispatcher was put back in the last motion and could easily be put back in now. The overtime, we've talked about it, 6.4 million. If you want to reduce it more, we could do that. ONS, I get that that's an ideological difference of opinion. And maybe we have to take that out. I don't know. but why can't we just do our jobs tonight and figure out what changes we need to make to this budget so that we can get it passed?
I like to see black and white what the overtime represent. And I'm disappointed that staff did not conclude that. You don't roll the overtime into salaries. You show it clearly so everybody is aware. So, and I don't understand why we can't wait for another week to have that accomplished. I'm not ready to rush and vote for anything, Mr. Myrick, until I see it in black and white and I can understand and critique it.
I mean, we've seen it, but I wonder if staff can respond to this. Like, I don't know that this has happened before where we don't pass a budget by June 30th. What happens? And what is it that we would do? I mean, again, we know that the overtime budget is 6.4 million. So, we know that we cut 1 million off of it. We could cut more off of it. But, staff, what happens now? And are there ways, let me also ask this, is there a way to accommodate Councilmember Bates' concerns without, are there ways to accommodate that tonight without having to wait another week?
So would you like us to run your report and email it to you? I mean, how would you like to see the information for this evening?
So, I think, Belinda, the question is broader. Can you please explain what happens if we don't have a budget that's adopted and how we could change in the future? And that I think we've already offered. Can you explain what you would do to be able to have a line item for overtime?
So if the budget is not adopted this evening, we have no spending authority. So therefore, come tomorrow, you cannot spend anything related to July 1 going forward. As far as the overtime, the way it's shown in this book, in the documents that you have, they're collapsed into the salary and expenditure, the salary line. But we can still break it out to show you by department what the overtime amounts are, and showing that it was reduced by $1 million as requested or directed.
Well, look, you can do what the federal government does, what Congress does. You can pass a continuing resolution where you continue to have spending authority based on the previous year's budget. And,
so I know that is what general law cities can do. I'm going to ask our city attorney to let us know if we have that ability as a charter city.
Again, our municipal code requires the council to adopt a budget, and I don't see anything in the municipal code or know of any precedents here that has the resolution process to allow for spending authority.
But it doesn't disallow us.
I think that the council has always conformed with its mandate under the municipal code to adopt a budget.
Can I make a recommendation or see if this is legal for us to do? Can per the mandate, can the council adopt the budget tonight and we can amend it next week? Is that allowable, city attorney?
That would be my recommendation.
So if council would be open to that approval tonight, we can come back with every answer, additional information requested so that an amended budget can be submitted and council and we can come back next week, the following week. But considering the fact that without a budget adopted tonight, there is no spending authority, that means no paying vendors. All our business, it impacts the way in which we do business. So I just wanted to suggest that as a recommendation.
well, I'm looking at the code and we have not followed it. It says no later than the first Tuesday of May of each year, the city manager shall submit a proposed budget to the city council for the succeeding fiscal year. That didn't happen. What we got was a budget that was $30 million out of whack. And then we had to, we spent every week since then trying to get it back in whack. So we didn't follow the municipal code for the first part of this.
We never have.
Well, I know, and we're not going to follow it for the second part. And nothing's going to happen. The sky's not going to fall. We're not going to go to jail. I think what this tells us is, we've had a lot of people trying to manipulate this process, and nobody's been willing to compromise. The labor unions have not been willing to compromise. The city manager has not been willing to compromise, and council members have not been willing to compromise with each other. So what we've got is we've got a budget nobody likes, and you can't get 4 votes to pass it. And that's the way it is. And I think we can probably make this happen, but it's going to take some collaboration from everybody to make it happen. We can't do this where everybody gets what they want. Everybody's got to give a little and take a little. And some people are taking all of it, and some people are giving nothing. So, that's so there's a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Bates. Is there a second? You second it, Councilmember Johnson?
No, I have a question for the finance director, actually. I'm extremely disappointed. I was just wondering, how does our inability to spend impact our ability to pay our staff tomorrow?
For tomorrow is on this current year's budget through June 30th.
Okay, just making sure people will be able to pay bills tomorrow.
But 2 weeks, nobody will get paid, right? Yeah.
So I don't hear a second. Vice.
I'm sorry. Was that Belinda? Can you confirm with JL? Was that a confirmation? In 2 weeks, no one will get paid?
If you don't adopt some type of a budget,
right,
then that will be correct. We have no spending authority.
Okay, so we just went from we're gonna hold this whole process hostage because we feel some type of way about a few people not getting paid, but not the entire organization is about to be out in the cold during COVID.
Well, look, I'm gonna make a motion that until we pass a budget, the city council will operate on the continuing resolution. And the city council adopted the municipal code, and we can modify it. So that's my motion.
Look, I'll make a substitute motion because I am taking that into consideration, like what Councilmember Johnson and Myrick put up. But my motion is if we adopt this budget tonight, when we come back to amend it, I don't want to see any furloughs for staff members making more than $90,000 a year, and cuts, not layoffs, but cuts need to come out of the top total compensation and work down. I don't want folks making less than $90,000 being impacted by this. I mean,
so your motion, Councilmember Willis, is adopt the budget, but basically redirecting the bargaining process to not furlough any person making under $90,000 a year, and instead get that money. You're leaving it open where they would instead get the money in terms of potentially from higher end, but
yeah, out of overall total compensation. If we got to spend a little bit of the reserves, and if we have to dip into the overtime costs too, that's where I like to see it come from. Not people making less than $90,000 a year.
Okay.
What's before you, just to clarify, what's before you has $885,000 use of reserves already.
Mm-hmm.
And we had almost 2 hours of closed session about various things related to bargaining groups. So we need to take the direction from closed session about how to approach discussions with the bargaining groups.
So we have a motion. Is there a second to Councilmember Willis's motion?
I might, depending. So to the city manager, how will we operationalize this motion? I mean, if I understand that it would contradict what we originally said we were bargaining for, but not necessarily fully, because you still may have furloughs just for the folks making over 90,000. So I don't know what that value is and where that value would come from. But
I will be coming back with recommendations for staff reductions. That is the only thing that we have left at this point that doesn't require more meet and confer.
no, I understand. I think Councilmember Willis's motion would still require meet and confer, though. It would just say that the goal is not to get, I mean, it's just 6 at this point, I think, that we're asking from everybody. Furlough days, it would be not getting those furlough days from a percentage of people. But technically you can make that difference up by maybe reducing the overtime budget again, as the mayor suggested. So maybe that's it.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
We just got through negotiating with the unions an agreement. Now, you're going to negate that agreement and you're going to throw out a whole negotiation process back into the fray. That means that each one of those other unions can come back and say, hey, you did X, Y, Z. Now we want the same thing. That's ridiculous. That's the whole purpose of negotiation. Once you enter an agreement, we move forward. We don't go back. No, I can't support that motion.
What did you support?
That means that we have no integrity. No integrity.
If I could suggest something, I think what we should do is pass something tonight that doesn't have to be the final draft. We can revisit it next week, but that is a compromise. One thing we've been hearing a lot, and one thing that Councilmember Willis suggested, was a cut to the police department of 20%. Now, what we have on the books currently, correct me if I'm wrong, is a cut to the police department from last year of approximately 14%, correct?
You have to go back and look at that. I don't know what the percentage at this time.
No, it's more like about 6%.
Why does it say 14? Okay.
That's the value of those frozen positions. And we put one up back. We already put a dispatcher back.
No, but compared to last year, I mean, that's the amount of those frozen positions, but compared to last year, I mean, I thought I saw 14% listed there. The change in format's been difficult. But in any case, I think we should just hash it out. This is early for us. It's only 10:20. So why don't we go ahead and work on something that we can have as a basis to continue next week, and people can get paid and people can come to work and that kind of thing, because I don't really want to go so far on the edge as to assume that everything's going to be fine if we don't pass the budget, pass a budget tonight.
Well, I'll tell you something I would vote for, and that's cutting overtime. You know, this budget right now depends on about $3 million of presumptive union concessions. And, you know, which may or may not ever happen. If we could reduce overtime by $3 million, I'd vote for it.
Run with it.
So actually, Councilmember Willis's motion, which by eliminating the furloughs, if we just say that instead of eliminating the furloughs, we take that money from the overtime budget.
That's what I'm suggesting.
So I would second Councilmember Willis's motion and just say that we get that money by reducing the overtime budget by whatever that amount is we're expecting from furloughs.
Yeah, I'll agree to it if we adopt this. We adopt this budget tonight as is, and when we revisit it, it's looking at eliminating those furloughs for low-wage workers and looking into overtime spending.
You don't need, you know, if you do the overtime, you don't have to, furloughs come off the table because overtime takes care of the whole thing.
Well, I just want to hear confirmation from staff, like that would be the direction that they would be taking, as opposed to just assuming that.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
It is totally unrealistic. It's impossible, unless you want to have a real serious problem, to totally eliminate overtime. People get ill, people get injured. You can't eliminate overtime. You can minimize it, but you can't eliminate it.
We're talking about cutting it in half.
And we're not even talking about cutting it in half. Councilmember Willis's motion was eliminating the furloughs. My understanding is the furloughs, city manager, were worth about, was it a little over $1 million?
It depends on which bargaining group.
That's true. That's true. And we're not talking about all the furloughs. We're talking about the ones under 90,000. So we're saying whatever that is, it's going to be somewhere in the area of $1 million or so, maybe. Whatever that is going to come from overtime budget. That's all we're saying. We're not, right, Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, I would agree to that. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I'm kind of like not happy, and I feel like I'm compromising a little bit.
Nobody is.
Much for me, but if we can at least agree that nobody under $90,000 is going to get furloughed in total compensation, I can agree to that.
Okay.
And if
So
that
I'm
comes out
seconding
of the
that
overtime
motion.
budget, then yes, I'll agree.
So I'm seconding that motion with the idea that the money comes from the overtime budget.
Okay, and let me just say again, with the staffing levels that we have and the frozen positions, I believe that we will not be able to meet that reduction in overtime, no matter how much we desire to do that, and no matter how much we manage it and tell people to manage it and to not have people work overtime. Because of the minimum staffing, we will continue, I believe, to not be able to meet that. So I just want to make sure it's clear that I don't think that is something that we can do. Part of the overtime reduction is what we are currently in meet and confer obligations with, particularly with fire. Also, in terms of having furloughs in some bargaining groups versus others, there are two implications of that. The first is that it violates what you've told us in closed session, that we want across the board, impacts. It also could result in some instances of supervisors making less than their subordinates. So you should just be aware of that impact also.
Well, I just want to disagree with the city manager, and this has been something that we've discussed time and time again, and we just keep talking past each other because the $3 million in union concessions that this budget presumes will happen all require negotiations. We can't do any of it unilaterally, okay? Reducing the overtime budget is exactly the same. It requires negotiations. We cannot do it unilaterally. So what's the difference? And it's a lot simpler than all, this whole list of things that involves extending contracts and furloughs and all these kind of things. You just reduce the overtime and you just suck it up and do it.
Or Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
Or even in what I brought up earlier today, because another point of contention is how much we rely on consultants. Now, don't get me wrong. I know we have stuff that's out of the scope and body of work of our staff, but we're talking about $10 million across departments that is going towards hiring consultants to tell us how to do stuff in Richmond. So, I mean,
we're moving towards a higher level of complexity.
What's the point?
That's a good point. You're saying maybe we take it from that budget instead of overtime.
I mean, do we really need $10 million to hire consultants and other things? Like, is there a way we can operate without having to overly rely on consultants?
A large percentage of those are actually not particularly movable, is what we've been told. So I'm feeling like we're supposed to be going towards simple and we're going towards complex, folks.
Okay. I mean, the original motion I think works. So we're gonna have to have this overtime discussion anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know how much.
It's gonna all be a moving target. We should just be comfortable with it and try to make sure our people get paid.
Right.
Well, the problem too is if you kick the can down the road, you're going to lose your leverage. So the idea that we'll adopt a adopt a budget tonight that's similar to the one that's on the table and then fix it next week, you're just dreaming. Once it's adopted, it's adopted. And it's very, very hard to change it. So where are we? We had a motion by Willis, and I never heard.
I seconded it.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
The motion was to adopt this budget tonight with the understanding that we will meet around the budget to eliminate furloughs for those making less than $90,000 and cut the overtime budget by, I believe it was $3 million.
No, by whatever that difference is, right?
Okay, by whatever the difference is, to Councilmember Myrick's point.
Wait, that's not clear. I'm sorry, that's not clear because
Meaning whatever the cost of those furloughs were, whatever the savings was on the furloughs. I'm trying to
yeah,
look
but
and
are
find the
we
exact
talking about
number.
all furloughs or all furloughs for those making under 90,000? Because it becomes
For those making under
Well,
90,000.
making furloughs for those making under 90,000.
Okay, but you're never going to get that because it's not going to be particularly evenly distributed through the bargaining groups. So we're never going to get that. It's all going to fall on certain bargaining groups and not on others. You have
Well,
to
we're
be
already recognizing that we're going to have to do budget adjustments later because of the bargaining process. So,
I mean, yeah.
But we haven't assessed what the $90,000 level saves us because I would suspect that it doesn't. Just getting rid of all furloughs is pretty similar to that.
are you saying you'd be more likely to support if it was just all furloughs?
I'm just saying we haven't done our math and we have to do some modicum of math.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But we've got to get something done here too.
Yeah, because I'll say this, like, to not have people get paid in 2 weeks, I'll agree that we shouldn't not adopt a budget tonight, but I do feel like we do need to go into a different direction than what we have in front of us.
Well, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Can I friendly amendment?
You
lose
try.
the $90,000. It makes it. You lose the 90,000. It actually makes it more difficult to get buy-in from the meet and confer.
That might be true.
That it's clearly
just clear straight up. Instead of the furloughs, we're going to try to get that where that money would come from.
And it looks like Allison Picard would like to make a comment.
Please.
Well, I was only going to add that there's also an MOU provision in the Local 21 agreement that says supervisors must make 15% more than their subordinates. So depending on where that $90,000 cutoff is, as has been pointed out, we have not had an opportunity to evaluate this suggestion or do the math on what the impacts might be. So I would strongly urge you to do that to next week.
Oh God, all right, I'll just vent real quick. I'm incredibly frustrated, and to the public, me supporting this motion does not in any means way I support this budget. Okay, let me not lose my mind. Yeah, I will accept Councilmember Choi's friendly amendment and pray that we can protect our lowest paid workers at minimum when we adopt our final budget finally as this process moves forward.
But your motion still gets rid of all the furloughs.
The motion as you've just made it protects everybody.
Like I said, I'm just going to pray and accept your friendly amendment.
Okay.
So as I understand it, we adopt the budget, we drop furloughs, furloughs come off the table, and we get the money from overtime, reducing overtime instead. Is that?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, I'll reluctantly support that. Let's call the roll.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Martinez,
You're muted.
Off, Eduardo.
Muted.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
No, it's too late. We're voting.
Okay, huh? Well then, no.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates and Councilmember Martinez voting no.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which I believe is
Item G2.
item I1. Oh, G2.
Item
Oh, you're
G2.
right,
To
yeah.
adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2020-2021 appropriations limit for the city of Richmond pursuant to Article 10, 12, 13. I'm sorry, I don't know that number right now. I can't even think of the Constitution of the state of California. This
It's
is
a companion item for the budget.
Are there any questions from council members? Are there any public speakers?
I do have a comment that came in before 3 o'clock, and it was in support of item G2.
Okay.
We do have some, do we have any speakers? Okay, we do not have any speakers for item G2.
Hooray. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move it. I'll move approval.
Okay, motion by Mark,
Second by Johnson.
second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yeah.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item, item I1, to direct staff to prepare a plan to transition from Richmond's current community policing model to a plan conducive to the reduced police force and return to council with the preferred policing model and a plan for implementation by the end of the fiscal year 2020 through 2021.
Okay, somebody want to introduce this? One of the sponsors?
Yeah, I can. I don't know, Councilmember Johnson, if you want to.
I'll go after you.
Okay. Let me start by saying, let's recognize that this is an issue that's very emotional for people on all sides of it. So I just want to start by just stating some facts that I think we all know and would agree with, regardless of what you think about the defunding movement. Number one, City of Richmond has a long-term issue in terms of our fiscal health and in terms of our structural deficit. That issue, multiple city managers, the current one and former, have talked to me about how it's been a struggle to try to figure out how to solve that issue, because at the end of the day, so much of our budget is personnel and so much of our budget is public safety. So that's just a fact. Number two, even the budget that we just passed, and now even before I put this item on the agenda, was already true that the budget that we've just passed that we were looking at was not going to work in terms of reduction in overtime. Now we've reduced overtime even more without adding any police officers. There's no way that we're actually going to see those savings, and we all know this, if we don't actually change the policing model. The current overtime is a result of the fact that we have about 150 officers trying to do the work of 196, close to 200. So even just maintaining what we are doing right now and having that work and having the budget that we literally just passed make sense is going to require us to figure out how we change our policing model. And finally, I think that even the Police Officers Association and the police chief have stated publicly that police officers are not mental health experts. They're not necessarily, and in the ideal world, we would have people who are experts dealing with mental health crises. We would have people who are experts dealing with homelessness and all these sort of different social ills that have unfairly, in a certain way, been ceded to police to deal with. So this is a conversation that we need to have. Now, to the POA, I just want to say, to you all, and I heard from Mr. Terrio's comments earlier today, and obviously we heard from a lot of police officers during the course of this budget process over the last few weeks. I just want to say this is not about attacking the POA or punishing the POA. This is just a conversation that we need to have. A conversation that, yes, was sparked because of a movement that was critical of police, But that does put a very clear thing in our face. And again, many of you have acknowledged that this is a problem, that the current situation is unsustainable. And so to the defund movement, I want to say, again, thank you for putting this in our faces. And you know, we've had we're gonna disagree on aspects of this, but you're right. We do need to look at this. We can't keep ignoring the elephant in the room, budget after budget after budget. But also we have to do it carefully. And so it makes sense that we would engage all the stakeholders. It makes sense that we will do this through a process where we know what we're getting, because at the end of that process, we can all as a community know what's happening. Now, obviously, and I'm not gonna sort of be, you know, overly positive. I understand that there's gonna be friction in this process. I understand that this process is gonna be uncomfortable at times. But if we do this together and if we do it carefully, we can get to a better place as a community. And so I'm gonna do my best to accommodate some of the community requests and proposals that I've heard about this issue. We as a council I hope are gonna do our best to do that as well. And then to folks who haven't engaged, to members of the public who are not in the defund movement, may not be police officers, we need to hear from you in this process too. Because we've heard clearly from the defund folks and we've heard clearly from police officers. But we haven't heard from a lot of the average day-to-day citizens, but we still see your, you know, that there are increased calls for things like fireworks. We still get complaints about, you know, kids doing donuts. Well, those are the type of things that a smaller police department is probably not going to have the ability to really engage on. So we need to have those conversations and we need to be comfortable about that as we go through this process. So you all need to engage in this process as well as we determine what we want to prioritize when it comes to policing. So this is the beginning of a process. I think that by having this conversation, by doing it as a community over the course of several months, we can get to a place where we get something that we're proud of. But I do not want to make mistakes other cities have made. You know, some folks have pointed out in the last couple of weeks about Vallejo. They did a big police cut a few years back because they had to, and it resulted in an increase in police violence. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to rush things. Let's take our time. Let's get buy-in, and let's really have this conversation over the next few weeks and months about what we want policing to look like for the future in Richmond.
And you know, I guess what I'll add is, as Councilmember Myrick put it, this is the beginning of a process, and this is the work. It isn't a flashy or sensational headline or a sexy post that you can blast all over social media. This is where the real work is done in terms of bringing together different ideologies in terms of policing, in terms of public safety. I've had extensive conversations with the defund movement, as well as with police officers, and as well as with the average citizen that JL is talking about. And one thing I can say is, with Richmond being such a diverse city, we do have to take the time to craft something that is pursuant to Richmond's goals, and something that all of our residents want to see. I most definitely understand the frustration and the angst that a lot of people are feeling in terms of wanting to see something done immediately. I share in some of that, but then also I also know, as a council member and representing the entire city of Richmond, over 100,000 people, that we have to take the time to do things that's conducive to the entire organization. This is not going to be as fun and overnight as, you know, some people may have hoped. And also, I know that there's another presentation coming up on the 28th by Richmond Revolution, a Black-led organization who's been at the forefront of this work and who I've been talking to multiple times about this work. And I'm very interested to hear what they have to say and what they're bringing to the table. But if we want something that's going to work for the city of Richmond, then we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and get to work. And when Councilmember Myrick called me and asked me to co-sponsor this item, I knew it would piss some people off. But you know, if you're not pissing people off, then you're not doing it, then you're not working. And so in my opinion, some people may be really happy that this conversation is starting. Some people may feel as though that this is a smoking mirror or some whatever conspiracy that people may decide to thread together after tonight. But this is the work, and this is the work that I've committed myself to, not just in this space, but in my life as well. Just my work period, from like the university that I attended to the work that I do in the community before being elected. I'm committed to the actual work, not the sexy, sensational headlines that people flash all over social media and across the country, but things that actually can be long-lasting and substantial to our residents here in the city of Richmond. And once again, Councilman Myrick, I appreciate you for getting this conversation started immediately and not letting it fall by the wayside. And as you mentioned, this once again gets into minimum staffing levels, which affects our overtime. It also impacts how, criminality, what we want police officers responding to here in the city of Richmond. It's, once again, it's the work, and I appreciate you for starting the process. And I hope, despite everyone's different ideological standpoint on defund, not disband, because those two often get conflated and confused. I really hope that, no matter where people fall ideologically, that they will participate in the work of finding something that's conducive to everybody, because nobody's going to have their way. We just all have to find a way to coexist amongst each other.
Other comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Myrick and Councilmember Johnson for breaking that down. I just wanted to clarify one thing and ask a second thing. One, the presentation is actually going to be coming on the 21st. I know we generally do that on the 28th, but because the urgency around this issue, asked Richmond Revolution to put this on for the 21st, and just going to be waiting on them for that. And the other question that I had is, since this item got on the agenda, I've been getting pushback on my own end for folks wanting to see a creation of a task force that includes the various groups that have been working on this issue, as well as the community at large. Would you be willing to pass that tonight with the, after we hear from public comment? I would hope you consider adding a task force to be created with this motion that has access to data and even our city attorney services, so we can have a conversation, so they can have as much expertise as possible. I did want to attach a budget to the task force, but because we're still trying to figure out our own budget, I want to hold off on that until we get past our other budget. But
Councilman Willis, I'm sorry, but Councilman Willis, I'm 100% in support of a community task force. I'm looking, I envision town halls, whether they be on Zoom or small community meetings where people can actually, we can really have these conversations and get these ideas and get these feelings out in the open. Because like you said, I've been getting these calls as well. And so it's a lot of feelings around this, and I'm happy to hear that the presentation has been moved up, because there is a sense of urgency no matter how you feel about the situation. So I'm in 100% support of what you're saying.
And I was gonna say, yeah, me as well. When I alluded earlier, I said something along wanting to accommodate some of the community ideas. That's what I was referring to, was the task force. I do want to check in with staff about the logistics of that. But I yes, I'm for that. But to the city attorney, is there any reason that we can't include the creation of task forces as part of a motion later?
Mayor and council members, I don't see any legal reason why there can't be a task force. There might be legal issues as to whether or not that would be a Brown Act body, depending who's on it.
Right.
Just in terms of city attorneys, generally we give advice. We can only give advice to the city, but we could certainly give advice to city staff and be involved in that process, but we can't advise members of the public legally directly, of course.
And I think what folks were envisioning was a community task force. So I'm not sure council members will be on it. So
I mean, yeah, I mean, I was thinking similar to how the homeless task force has been.
Yeah, maybe one or
operating,
two
which I would
council
say
members,
is
right.
very successful for monthly meetings and open
Yeah.
to the public.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Vice Mayor Bates, I see your hand up.
Well, it's very interesting. Interesting in the sense that a few weeks ago, the mayor appointed a task force, not a task force, an ad hoc committee, of which Mr. Johnson was part of. And all of a sudden, without even discussing or without even meeting, which is scheduled, I guess, next week, where we could have explored and came up with how we would proceed. So what you've done is that, in my opinion, you just respected the mayor and myself, who was trying to accomplish some of the same things. Why it could not have been incorporated as a group. But either being naive or inexperienced or whatever you want to call it, we work as a team. And if you wanted that kind of concept, when we met, we could have discussed it. I don't think the mayor and I would oppose to a larger task force of communication and participation, but the charter does mandate certain aspects of which some of you seem to don't recognize, and the mayor can speak to that. You just can't have a task force arbitrarily unless it's independent of the council. Now, if that's what you want, you go ahead, but don't count me in. The other thing that is disturbing is that you people, some of you, are doing exactly what is being done throughout this country. You have individuals who are making these assertions, cut the police 40%, 20% or whatever, and you are jumping to the political muscle. What you don't realize, there's a large segment of this community who haven't spoken, who resent this whole concept of cutting the police. Now, I can understand when we look at the police and make them more budgetary and restrained to meet within the guidelines. I can understand where we want to get policy that relates to how they operate, chokeholds, elimination, and shooting people in the back and all of that. You guys are just reacting to a widespread general opposition to the police in general. And I don't think it's going to work in Richmond. And some of you are going to be very surprised with the reaction that it may come forward. So if that's what you want to do, you go right ahead. You don't want to communicate. You don't want to communicate. You don't want to communicate with the two, with the committee, the ad hoc committee. Go right ahead.
Point of clarification.
Vice Mayor Bates, no, excuse me, Councilman Martinez, because I was personally addressed, so I feel as though in lies were told. So Councilmember Bates, Vice Mayor Bates, I find it very hypocritical that you would say that we're on a team and then go on to describe me in such manner, and then go on to completely forget the conversation that we had over the phone where I told you about me co-sponsoring this item with JL Myrick. Now, I'm not sure if your feelings had changed between that phone conversation and this meeting, or maybe you just forgot it conveniently to make that statement, but I was in no way, shape, or form trying to disrespect you are the mayor. So that is a very bold and untrue assertion. And then also this item we talked about this item way before that ad hoc committee was even created. And that's one of the, as I've said in my statement, didn't I just say I'm committed to the work, whether that be with JL or whether that be on the ad hoc committee. So I'm not gonna pick and choose which group I'm going to be a part of. If you're looking for somebody to be on your side, I'm not that guy. If you're looking for somebody to do the work with you, then I'm that guy. If you want to find somebody to beat up on and give false accusations to, then you need to find someone else. If you're not going to listen to what we just had to say, then you need to excuse yourself from this meeting, because everything you just said had nothing to do with what we're talking about doing. We're talking about a community task force that all 3 council members who just agreed to it agree that we don't want to, that we're not going to sit on it. But now we fully acknowledge that the mayor has the power to form committees and appoint to those committees. We read the charter just like you read the charter, sir. So please don't try to make those assertions as either. So I understand that you're upset. But you need to find another way to be upset, because this ain't the way. You lying and making assertions like that, it's unbecoming.
Don't call me no
I still have the floor, Vice Mayor. I still have the floor.
I don't care what you got.
You do not have the floor. Point of order, you do not have the floor.
Don't you
Point of order, you do not have the floor.
Okay,
Point of
guys.
order, you do not have the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You do not have the floor. Point of order, you do not have the floor. Mr. Mayor, get a handle on your Vice Mayor. He does not have the floor.
Don't respect
I still have the floor. I still have, you may not like what I'm saying, just like I did not like what you were saying.
Both of you
but I'll
guys
let you
are out
have
of
the
order.
floor.
Hey, both of you guys are out of order. This is getting too personal. Let's stick to the subject here. Councilmember Choi.
I think we can do both. I think we're all going to do both. Look, I understand things have gotten heated, but this is a very valuable discussion we're having. I want to hearken back to what Councilmember Myrick said about, you know what? There's a bunch of people, there's some missing voices here. We want to hear them all. I believe that an ad hoc committee, as was decided a few weeks ago, can coexist with this task force, and in fact needs to. An ad hoc committee is limited by the type of organization it is, by the Brown Act, all these kinds of things. We can have a public task force. I think we need to have it. So, I think everybody should be glad. The ideas are still good. The emotions are high, but the ideas are still good here. It's the room where it happens, guys.
Points of clarification.
Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I heard Bates say that task force with council members were not possible. So if that's true, then the homeless task force should not exist. So I disagree that we can't have task force. The other point that I'm curious about, and I'm only asking, is Brown Act violation. If there are 3 people on a task force, can any of those 3 people talk with other council members about issues that the task force is discussing?
Only if they sing and dance.
I mean, we know the answer is no.
Okay, so then how can someone who's on the task force talk with another council member and make a resolution when it pertains to what was being discussed by the task force, but by the ad hoc committee?
I'm confused. Are you under the impression that this conversation is similar? So my understanding, let's just first get this correct. Yeah. My understanding about the ad hoc committee is that that's about police accountability. That's what I heard. That was not about funding and priorities. Am I misunderstanding that, Mr. Mayor or Councilmember Bates? My understanding is that task force is about police accountability and those sort of ideas, police, policies in terms of.
I don't think it was that specific. I think that we
that's
all
what I heard.
All of these discussions about police that go from defunding to 20% to whatever, to operational policy things. I mean, maybe the vice mayor can tell us what he had in mind. My understanding was he thought it was important, and he thought that we could probably get somewhere faster by having an ad hoc committee of the city council to meet and discuss it and make some recommendations to the whole city council. That was the idea. I don't think we haven't even met. We're meeting for the first time next week.
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. And as you may recall, we talked first about the inclusion of the 3 council members, including the mayor, We talked about the inclusion of the police commissioner, a youth academy, a youth commission member, obviously the police chief and the city manager and others. But then the mayor indicated because of the charter, we could not be inclusive of all those individuals. So then we dropped it down to an ad hoc committee of which we were going to go out, assumingly, and include other people in terms of testimony and participation, grassroots. If my colleagues, and in particular Mr. Johnson, had been aware, then he would have known that all of those individuals were going to be included. So now, I don't know where we're at.
Well,
I just want to say that
So you admit I was not included.
That the mayor formed the ad hoc committee, so he should be able to be clear about the purpose of the committee, and it doesn't seem as if he is. So you know,
Mr. Edward, it wasn't just the mayor. It was supposed to be
the mayor is the one who formed the committee.
The mayor appointed the committee, but the committee was to meet and we would go over the groundwork and go over the scope of our involvement, which would have included the three of us discussing it along with the police chief and the city manager.
So hold on a minute. We need a motion to extend the meeting.
We'll do it for 30 minutes.
Huh?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
For 30 minutes, right? 5:30.
30.
Motion by
11:30.
Councilmember Choi and second by Councilmember Myrick. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So let me try to clarify a couple of things. So, you know, based on all the events that have taken place in the last couple of months, you know, all these movements have started up. We had the movement called 8 Can't Wait. And then we had the movement called Defund the Police, which really includes everything from abolish the police to reduce the police to turn the police into something else, you know, all that. And we've started responding to all of them. You know, the first thing is that the police commission is meeting, the Richmond Community Police Advisory Commission is meeting tomorrow night. And the main thing on their agenda is to take up the 8 Can't Wait items and consider making recommendations to the police department, to the police chief. So they're working on that. And then based on Vice Mayor Bates' request, I appointed a 3-person ad hoc committee to take up these other issues, broadly speaking. And like I said, we haven't even met, so we haven't decided what we're going to take up. But I'm a little uncomfortable, you know, with all these things going on in parallel. I mean, frankly, if we're gonna form a huge task force and the way this reads is direct staff to prepare a plan to transition from Richmond's current community policing model to a plan conducive to the reduced police force, blah, blah, blah. So the way this reads, the way it read is we were going to ask staff to do it. Now we're talking about forming a task force. And if we do that, it's going to be like any other board or commission. It's going to be appointments are going to be made by the mayor and ratified by the city council, and you know, it's going to do whatever it's going to do. Frankly, if that's the way this is going, I'm not interested in proceeding with the city council's ad hoc committee. You know, we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be duplicating efforts. So what's the point? I do have a couple of other concerns. I think that you know that this whole thing depends on the idea that we're going to transition from the community policing model. I don't think the community policing model has a whole lot to do with how many cops you have. I think it's more of a cultural thing. That's the way I've learned about it over the years. It's getting the police department to build trust in the community and to work with the community. So it's a cultural thing. It's got nothing to do with how many cops you have. And I think just to throw that out, I mean, this is something that is the gold standard of policing and has been for the last decade. And for us to just reject it and say it's not working for us anymore, let's find something else. I think that's premature. You know, I think we ought to take this a little slower. I think we're jumping ahead to a conclusion without even going through the process of deciding what we want to do. But anyway, that's my take on it.
There's no conclusion in here.
Well, the conclusion is, you wrote it. It says, transition from Richmond's current community policing model to a plan conducive to the reduced police force and return to council with the preferred policing model. You're basically saying that the community policing model is not the model that's going to work for us anymore.
The version of it that we have, obviously, it depends on 196 cops. I mean, you're the one that spends the whole budget negotiation talking about how bad overtime is. The version that we have requires a whole bunch of overtime. So I think that's fair. There may be another model that's also community policing. I don't know yet. This is the beginning of a process.
Well, you know, my preference would be to let the ad hoc committee work on this for a couple of months and see what we come up with, you know. But you know, we'll vote on it and see where we want to go. I mean, frankly, I mean, you know, all of you've gotten all these emails about defund the police. You've heard all the calls tonight. You know, it's the same people, it's the same groups. And you know, I've written this, you probably read it. If you go back to the last community survey that was taken in Richmond, only 2% of the people who responded said that I can't remember the exact words here. Let me pull it up. Only 2% of the people who responded said that reducing crime and disorder is not at all important. And 98% of the residents of Richmond who took this survey, which is a scientific survey, it's not a self-selected survey, you know, that was their highest priority. And sure, we've got some work to do. Can you build a better police department? Sure you can. But I just think that jumping on this, and I know some of you disagree with me, but jumping on this bandwagon of, you know, we got to tear down the police department and rebuild it. I'm just not there. I think we can do better, but I think it's something that's
overgeneralization.
Huh?
Yeah, Councilmember Willis has had his hand up for quite some time.
That was overgeneralization.
You go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, no, thank you. At the risk of hopefully not starting something up again, I mean, the primary reason I was objecting to the whole creation of the ad hoc committee is because I was already getting pushed since, I guess, an e-form you put out about creating an ad hoc committee. There was some reticence to supporting an ad hoc committee that you would create, Mr. Mayor, because of some of your positions on policing and everything from the community, which is where I started getting pushes for the creation of a community task force, which is why I was hoping we would hold off from that ad hoc, because I'll admit, regardless of whether you created that ad hoc committee meeting last week or not, if it wasn't one of the other council members on this board, I was going to be bringing something forward to create an ad hoc committee task force, because the problem is we're sitting here on a board making decisions on behalf of the community when community members are shouting at us on ways they would like to see things get done. And at minimum, just seeing a creation of a task force with certain people at the table that wasn't just controlled by the mayor or the council was going to be a request, which is part of the reason why I pushed back to avoid the situation we're in right now. Now, however, at your own discretion, you want to go about that task force. I mean, it's your prerogative as mayor, but I do think this task force is important to maximize community participation and also just build trust and inclusion and access for community members and other stakeholders. Like also I heard the health department is interested, that want to see how we can reimagine public safety successfully. That is all I wanted to offer the conversation.
And I agree, and I think we should listen to the speakers.
Also, thank you, Councilmember Myrick and Johnson, for recognizing me.
How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
We have, let's see, 2 comments to read, and we have 9 callers.
Well,
And I do have,
let's go through that.
okay, I do have comments that were received by 3 o'clock today. One comment, this transition plan does not have much detail. What other than overtime pay will be cut from the budget? One comment, will the result be that police officers spend less time on duty? If so, what will be the impact on crime? 13 comments received in support of the plan to direct staff to focus on moving towards alternative models to policing, which should include intentional, transformative, and restorative justice practices. First steps include defunding the police. Current proposal is not enough. Substantial reinvestment into education and social services needs to happen. I agree with fellow supporters that intentional engagement and full transparency with the community must be included in the plan. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and read 2 comments, and then we'll take the 9 callers. This first comment is from Sadie Egan. I applaud council members Myrick and Johnson for putting item I1 on the agenda, and I am hopeful that this step is a meaningful and sincere response to the surge of community voices demanding our current policing systems and budgets being drastically altered. It is absolutely crucial that the task force includes Black community members and representatives from local organizations that are already deep in this, lost my place. Includes Black community members and representatives from local organizations that are already deep in this social justice work and involved in the defund movement. I would also like to see authentic and transparent opportunities for community collaboration and input throughout the investigation and planning process. We are asking for a holistic approach to community safety, which requires the experience and expertise from a variety of professions and lived experiences. Our next comment is from Valerie Jamison. My name is Valerie Jamison, and I am a Richmond resident. My comments are in support of the spirit of item I1. I first want to acknowledge that Black Lives Matter movement and young Black activists and organizers locally have set the foundation for this conversation to proceed. Putting forward a resolution on transitioning out of our existing policing model would not have been possible without first raising a legitimate call around defunding the police. It is important to remind the council that this action is more than a long-term cost-saving measure. It is an investment in recalibrating the city budget to align with deeper intention around preventive programs, restorative services, and alternative models to public safety. This will be an extensive undertaking that should be treated with care, focus, and intention. I urge the council not to take this national call to action in vain, and take the additional steps to both strengthen and approve this item in a way that commits the time, dedication, resources, and multi-stakeholder approach necessary for its success. First and foremost, this process cannot result in staff simply outsourcing contracts to expensive consultants to develop ideas that do not get implemented. Instead, direct staff to recruit a transition accountability task force that will guide the conversation around how reimagining public safety can be implemented in the coming year. The task force should be composed of a majority Black people and communities of color that have personally been impacted by incarceration, criminalization, and police violence. The task force should also for community-based organizations who have extensive experience working on criminal justice reform, violent prevention, health interventions, and trauma-informed services to join.
This includes but is not limited to existing groups such as the Community Police Review Commission, Office of Neighborhood Safety, Safe Return Project, Richmond Revolution, Rise Center, and other. It is important for this task force to be given legitimacy and recognition as a body of experts with a wealth of local expertise to create viable solutions for the implementation process. This task force should work in a partnership with city staff and be empowered to come back and present the final findings and recommendations directly to the council. So now we'll go to our 9 callers.
Okay.
Each caller will have 2 minutes.
Okay. I have Kristen Lobos on the line. Kristen, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I don't belong to any particular group. I am a community activist, and I also just finished with a degree in mental health treatment from our wonderful Contra Costa College Health and Human Service program we have locally here. And I'm really calling you tonight, though, as a mother of a young person diagnosed with a mental health disorder who also struggled with addiction and is happily now doing really, really well. And she's in recovery. So I really agreed with the last caller's comments about who needs to be at the table, whether or not you call this, it's a task force, whatever the name of this committee is. We have to have all voices represented at the table, and they need to include people that had the experience of being 5150 into the hospital by the police officers. We have to have mothers like me that have had a young loved one in crisis to the point where we had no other option but to call 911. And I'm telling you, it is a horrible experience to have someone you love, your child, and have no one to call except the police officer to come and help you. It's terrifying. There has to be other options. We have to have another way. We need professionals that are trained in how to de-escalate these situations, my daughter has been in mass psychosis. I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't know what the symptoms were. I didn't understand the behavior when I was going through this. And I had nobody to help me. And we can do better. We can do better. And I don't think the police are the option. I think we need crisis teams. I think we need trained professionals to help with these kinds of situations.
Time has expired.
Crisis.
Time has expired. Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
My next caller is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Marisol Cantu, Richmond native. I do not have any affiliations. I am simply a community member with a conscience, and I cannot believe asking for a community task force is this contentious. I want to thank Council members Myrick and Johnson who are proposing a new model of Richmond policing. However, it is not enough. I ask that a task force constituted of Black and Brown community members, Black and Brown community leaders, and Black and Brown community organizations, including Richmond Revolution, RISE, mental health professionals, social workers, etc., be included on this task force. The City Council needs to provide the task force with all legally available city data, a budget, clear budget, and of course, meetings with the city manager and city attorney. I'm glad that Council members Myrick and Johnson are excited to have a conversation. I hope they understand this task force needs to lead to action, accountability, and assessment. I look forward to your transparency and participatory action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My next caller is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, my name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a Richmond resident, a taxpayer, and a voter. Currently, the library is 3% of the budget. The police is 40%. You just passed a budget that eliminated 17 part-time library staff. A few weeks ago, as we took up the struggle to save our public library, at the same time the nation burst into rebellion against police violence against people of color, sparked by the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officers. The demand from communities across the country to defund the police is a cry to reallocate some portion of police budgets to community benefits and services. The cry is for a more humane and balanced approach to civic life by reinvesting in community services, increased funding for libraries, recreation, parks, mental health services, homeless services, and so on. The city needs to reimagine what public safety is. We need a safety net. Community groups and individuals have asked you to form a community-driven task force to take this issue on. It should be composed of the people who are the most at risk, the people who have demanded change. It needs to have the full cooperation of the city to give it solidity. Mayor Butt, when you recommended yourself and council members Bates and Johnson to study this issue as an ad hoc committee, all of you who have taken considerable campaign contributions from the RPOA is inappropriate and insulting to the community. We want a community task force. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Mike Parker. Mike, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mike Parker. I want to be clear where I come from on this question. I think we need police. I think the Richmond police are better than most. But as a community and a society, our priorities are way out of whack. We're spending way too much on the police and not enough on the services that really do deal with the source of crime and violence. And here's where the mayor gets it all wrong. He quotes a figure that 98% want to reduce crime and disorder. And that's true. We do want a safer city. But the fact is that only 50% in the same survey actually have confidence in the police. What's the difference? The difference is that the police do not make us safe. They only go out and deal with problems after we're already unsafe. We have to start dealing with real safety. Secondly, I have no confidence in the mayor's ad hoc commission. All 3 members that he appointed are the 3 members that got substantial contributions from the Richmond Police Officers Association in the last election. Mayor Butt got more than $30,000 in contributions, and Demlis and Bates got more than $10,000 contribution. Why should we think that this is going to be the commission that's going to have the confidence of people? And finally, I want to say that task forces can sometimes be successful and do things, but usually when task forces are appointed by people who are not really for what the task force is doing, they tend to become just a cover. And we have a long history, starting from the Kerner Commission in this country, of commissions studying the causes of problems and violence and the problems in the African-American community. And all they've done is basically put off doing anything. So we have to do something more than just simply establish a commission. We have to give it some real power, and we have to make sure that the people on the commission are not just simply the people that Tom Butt thinks agree with him. Thank you.
My next caller is Don Gosney. Don, are you ready to speak? Don? Hello? Check back on him. My next caller is Carolyn Graves. Carolyn, are you ready to speak? Carolyn? Hello? Move on to my next caller. I have Sarah Cantor. Sarah, are you ready to speak? Hello? I need a second. Give me.
Hello?
Sarah, can you hear me? Give me a second.
While we do that, I just wanted to clear something up because Mike Parker just flat out lied. $10,000, more like $1,500. To say that out of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I raised negates the many African-American contributions and local union contributions that I received during my campaign. So if you're gonna lie on me, try to come closer to what I actually got.
Are we done with the speakers?
We have 5 more callers. Just where, do you have anyone else on the line?
I have Dawn right now. Dawn, are you ready to speak?
I am ready to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You know, you consider slashing the police budget, and that's what this is. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. My brother was shot 5 times, and my nephew was murdered by religious zealots. I've had a gun pointed right at my face 5 times as I was being robbed. I've come outside to find all 4 tires on my car slashed. I've had my life threatened numerous times by people that know what they're talking about and have no fear of our criminal justice system. In an 18-month period, my car was busted into 15 times. In that same period, someone broke into my house to steal what few things of value I own. Just 30 days later, the same people busted in again to steal what they could for a loss exceeding more than $85,000. The computers they stole were used by my Ivy League Connection scholarship students, and the camera equipment were the tools I used for my business. Because of the frequency of the crimes that seem to follow me around, I can't even get a quote for homeowners insurance. So those losses I mentioned, replacing everything came out of my own pockets. And all of that is with the minimal police presence each of us has in our neighborhoods. And this council is telling us that the solutions to the crimes perpetrated against us is to reduce the number of police officers on the street. And because you're all reasonably smart people, you know that when you're waiting for the police to arrive after your home has been burgled, if there's a more pressing crime across town, and there always is, then they have to prioritize their efforts. Hopefully they'll get to you that day, but they may not, and you may have to wait. I come from a house of labor, building trades labor, and the model used for overtime in both our police and fire departments doesn't sit well with me. I stand behind any efforts to adjust that model so we take the people of Richmond are spending so much of our tax dollars on overtime. I also fully stand behind any effort to reform how our officers handle police they interact with. But the slash and burn proposals we're all hearing about are not the solution. As much as it pains me to use a phrase spoken so frequently by President Nixon, you need to reach out and listen to the silent majority and understand that the relatively few callers and emailers you're listening to may not speak for most of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Carolyn Graves on the line. Carolyn, are you ready to speak?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Start right now. Okay, thank you very much. This is Carolyn Graves. I'm a Richmond City resident for over 30 years. I just want to talk about the budget in terms the police overtime cost has been mentioned. I've heard numbers of 40% of the city budget is for the police. And while I am not, don't consider my proposal to be radical, I'm not trying to say a 20% number or a 15% number of cutting the police. I just would like it to be considered that perhaps for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, that they look at taking some of that overtime, and instead of sending police to a nonviolent crime for 8 hours a day, and not necessarily all police officers, I'm just saying for one officer's time for 8 hours a day, to instead use a trial team of a trained social services representative and a medical person working together to go and handle the nonviolent calls for that period of time a day. And, you know, to track the costs and to try to see if that will help alleviate the overtime that the police are charging. I know the police are highly trained. It has worked well for us in the past that they did handle those calls. I think Richmond has a good reputation in that. But if overtime is such an issue, maybe we need to offload some of that nonviolent crime work to this trial team. And for the budget to be proposed without considering some of the range of proposals by the community, it just seems a big lack of transparency. I mean, all of the council members admitted that they've been receiving calls for several weeks now about these different proposals, and it just doesn't sound like the proposed budget that's being presented tonight has reflected any cost estimates for them.
Time has expired.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Next, I have Sarah Cantor on the line. Sarah, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident and taxpayer and voter in Richmond. I'm calling to join the voices calling for a task force involving community and community members, and saying that I agree that the ad hoc commission composed of Mayor Betts, Vice Mayor Bates, and Councilmember Johnson is not a commission that represents a balanced view of Richmond police. And we need to have the people who are most impacted, which are Black and Brown communities, really involved in this discussion. I also want to address Mayor Butt lumping defunding in with 8 Can't Wait. None of the calls that you have listened to in the past few weeks have been about 8 Can't Wait. And there may have been one, but I have been on the city council meetings and rewatched the city council meetings, and that there's no majority calling in about 8 Can't Wait. We are calling in and asking you to defund the police and reallocate the resources. Now, you have stated, you've made it clear that you will not do that today. And so now we're asking, please create a task force to make sure that this happens, to actually have the conversation, and you're still opposing that. You do not represent the people. And you are correct that we do care about safety, and we want true safety, not police, not armed officers arriving to deal with every situation. We care about each other, unlike you. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is.
We're out of time. Y'all want to continue talking about this? Or?
Motion to suspend the rules and extend to the end of this item.
Second.
Are there any objections? Okay.
My name is Jackie Lingham. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I was pretty disappointed last week when the mayor decided to only respond to the public outcry of reimagining public safety by suggesting an ad hoc committee that only composed council members and no community input. So I'm happy to see this new motion and to hear that the council is open to creating a community task force that will develop a plan to reimagine public safety. Because I just want to quote Representative Ayanna Presley, who says, "Those closest to the pain should be closest to the power." And I think this holds really true when it comes to imagining public safety in Richmond. So I just want to encourage, as we hopefully vote yes on this community task force, to make sure that the community members and the organizations that work in communities that are directly impacted by over-policing and criminalization and police violence, that they are an integral part of this task force and are able to lead and are empowered to actually develop a plan. So please provide the task force with some real legitimacy by giving it access to data and a concrete budget. I just watched that of a budget that y'all just passed. You need to do better next time. And also for this task force, you should figure out some way to give it money so that it actually is able to do the task that it is going to be tasked with. A great idea would actually be to take some money from the police department, which is what we've been saying this whole time. So you could still do that and put some money into this task force. And then just to close, I wanted to address something that Mayor Butt said earlier, that he said something about these movements have just started up, and that's completely untrue. People have been fighting for abolition for decades, and I think it's pretty disrespectful for you to insinuate that these movements are new when Black people have been dying at the hands of police basically the entire time in this country, and they've been fighting for justice this entire time. So these movements are not new. They're just only now coming into the public discourse. So I just wanted to.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for the task force. So yes.
My next caller is Ben Terrio. Ben, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association, Resident City of Richmond. Imagine that, the whole RPA cabal called in, and it's shocking. Actually, in my park, we prevent crimes all the time, and we take guns off the street every day. We hold violent criminals accountable every day. Jail and stimulus. In some principles, we can support this because there are things that we agree that cops should probably not respond to, but I hope this task force will actually have some residents who live here, not just activists with agendas, hopefully just sitting in the cut trying to get some money from the city. Also, one would hope there would be some actual police representation in this task force so that everyone can see what the police actually respond to and how things get done is actually something based in reality, not reimaginations or unicorns of make-believe. While we can always improve, and I look forward to dealing with all the agendas at hand and schooling people on how real life works, it's going to be a real eye-opener for folks. Explaining why clinicians of the county won't come out without the cops. Explaining why ambulance crews won't come out without the cops. That we, the police department, don't have trust in the communities that serve. The vast majority of people we serve are Black and brown. We have 7,000 calls a month. Somehow, I guess we're trusted despite what a bunch of wealthy white folks calling and having believe. We are not Minneapolis. We are not Chicago. We're not Baltimore. We're not Oakland SF. The very same people who came out in Campaign Zero, they listed our freaking city as the model to strive to. A 20% reduction is a loss of 57 cops, which gives us a 100-person police force and will turn this city into Vallejo, California. Plain and simple, which is completely upside down right now. That is exactly where the end result of most of this will probably go. JR, when I started this job, your neighborhood was rife with drug dealing and violence. Now, while a lot of the violence isn't completely resolved, it looks nothing like it used to. The vast majority of residents call the police and want the police. I can't wait to talk to the voters about this. Can't wait. Working, voting people will stand up. Most don't have time to call in. And the coordinated campaign people might call in and email, etc. But you can rest assured that when we reach out to the real Richmond, you're going to hear from them. So again, some of these things, some calls can be mitigated that the police respond to. You have to be very careful with the task force. And as long as there's like a total participation, and that means police participation, then maybe it will work. But if it's just some agenda-driven activist forum, I don't know how it's going to work. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was my last caller.
So I would like to respond to one caller. I believe it was Mike Parker said something about that I had been taking political contributions from the RPOA for years and that I'd taken $30,000 or something like that. The fact is that the RPOA has never supported me in an election since the first time I ran in 1993. Never have they supported me. The last time I was elected mayor, after I was elected, they did in fact write a $2,500 check to my campaign fund, which I very much appreciate. But it's just absolutely wrong that somehow they've had influence over me for all these years. Exactly the opposite is true. So I'm not sure where we go from here. You guys want to talk about it some more? City manager?
So,
I'm ready to.
So I want to just try and summarize what I think I'm hearing and suggest a possible path forward. I'm hearing that there's a strong desire to have community conversations about how we distribute our limited resources. All types of services, particularly social service related areas. We want to take a hard look again with community conversation involved in that. What staff could do for you all, if you're interested, is we could put together a couple of different models of how best to facilitate those conversations and come back to you with some, again, alternatives and suggestions about the ways we might want to do that, any budgets that we might need to do that, or how we could facilitate it, because I'm also concerned about some of the logistics of what you all are talking about. So there might not have to be a binary decision tonight, whether or not you want a task force or an ad hoc committee. We might be able to think of and present some different ideas. If you wanted us to do that, it is going to take a couple of weeks to be able to actually put that into a staff report and bring it back to you all for consideration. So it's not something that we could bring back next Tuesday. But if you want us to come up with models of how to facilitate community conversation, I would be happy to work on that and bring it back in several weeks for the council to decide on the type of process. I'm not talking about outcome, I'm not talking about decisions, but just what process you all want to undertake to be able to have these conversations.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I do think, though, based on what I'm hearing from the public, that I think we need to move a little faster than that. I mean, we're still taking our time. This is still just a first stage. But I do think we're ready to go forward with a task force similar to the task force we created for homelessness. So I would make a motion that we direct staff to begin the process of, I'm sorry, I'll just read it as it is. Direct staff to prepare a plan to transition from Richmond's current policing model to a plan conducive to reduce police force and return to council with the preferred policing model and a plan for implementation by the end of the fiscal year. I will also say, as part of that motion, that as part of that, we will create a transition accountability task force composed of members of the public, which should include both community organizations as well as individuals who may have been impacted by law enforcement, as well as law enforcement itself. That task force would have access to legally allowable city data and have standing meetings with the city manager and the police chief, and then require that task force to be convened within 2 weeks and report back to council by September 15th, and then monthly.
Well, it's not going to happen that fast because, you know, first of all, if you're going to create, you're essentially creating a commission, and people have to be selected, and they've got to be, you got to have an application form. I think, unless I'm wrong, I think they'll have to be appointed by the mayor and approved by majority of the city council.
That's not what we did for the homelessness task force. How do we do it for the homelessness task force? That's the model.
It's not really a city. It's not an arm of the city. It's basically a bunch of pre-selected people who decided to be a homeless task force.
No, none of those people were pre-selected. We just opened up a meeting. 3 council members agreed.
Yeah, they don't run by the Brown Act. They're not an official city body.
Well, I think that's the model that people are asking for. So that's the model.
That's the model I would be seconding if nobody else was seconding.
That's the model that I'm trying to propose here.
With a friendly amendment, just to be specific on, you said access to legally available public documents, but also just access to legal as needed when the task force is talking about issues. Then we can discuss how they get access to legal.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not sure that I understand how the folks on the committee would be selected or how that would work.
When we created the homeless task force, the mayor decided to appoint 3 members of the council. At the time, it was Gail McLaughlin, myself, and Councilmember Myrick. A staff person was selected to help convene and staff the task force. And we just left it open to the public. And because we did that, we got members from homeless services. The county also got involved. Police officers got involved, along with various developers and just general residents. And they've been maintaining good 15 to 20 odd meetings monthly since the establishment of that. And we just left it as an open thing to the public.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, when we try to do I get different messages from different city attorneys, but when we try to set up the budget ad hoc committee, the city attorney told me that if it had 3 council members on it, it could not have any other members.
So in general, if the legislative body creates another committee or group and the council creates this group, it would be subject to the Brown Act, and they would need to sort of notice their public meetings. There is an exception for ad hoc committees that are formed for a limited time and duration for a limited purpose. It's composed solely of less than the majority of the body. that is an ad hoc committee that you don't need to, notice the meeting agendas for under the grant.
But when I ask you if the union representatives could be part of the committee, you said no. You said they could attend meetings as guests, but they couldn't be part of it.
In order to maintain the ad hoc committee, they could attend as guests, but they couldn't be on the ad hoc committee if they wanted.
So how can we form a police task force and have some council members on it as well as a whole bunch of members of the public?
I think that would be a committee that you form and they have noticed public meetings. And you would have to appoint that committee.
That's what I'm thinking. And I'm not sure we can do that in 2 weeks.
Or they can attend as guests of the ad hoc committee. Or, staff can create a task force and work with the task force separately. That's another option. But when the legislative body creates.
I think we ought to take the city manager up on her offer to do a little work on this and come back with some ideas about how it might work. But,
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor, yes.
Well, if it's the will of this body to go different than what we had proposed before, I suggest that we completely abandon the ad hoc committee. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to be a member of people who circumvent what we're trying to accomplish. So let the majority go right ahead, do what they want to do. I've got other things more important to do, and I can certainly find something that's more pleasurable. So I suggest that you just abandon the ad hoc committee, move on.
Well, we've run out of time again. We either need a motion to move.
No, we haven't. We moved till we finish, remember? We moved till we finish this item. We already made that motion to extend till we finish this
We're
item.
going to go 15 minutes.
No, we said till we finish the item.
The motion was.
I moved to the end to the conclusion of this item.
Right.
Right.
That was my motion.
So I mean,
are there any objections?
I can see this. We already voted, didn't we?
Yes.
We voted
Yeah,
at 11:30.
At 11:30.
Okay, I thought I heard 15 minutes, but
yeah.
Well, somebody want to make somebody want to make a motion. Let's vote on it.
So I made a motion, but I'm trying to think if I want to adjust it based on the logistical issues that the city manager brought forward. I could see doing this a couple of ways. Now that Councilmember Bates is saying he wants to withdraw the original ad hoc committee, maybe we form this as an ad hoc committee, and then that's a way around it, and then the ad hoc committee can invite those groups. That might be one way. Another way, maybe we do take the city manager up on her offer and say that we'll delay the formation of the ad hoc committee for a week and have the city manager come back with a model. I don't know, Councilmember Willis, is this what?
I
what do
mean,
you prefer?
I feel like we should get this task force up as soon as possible, but even after this motion, we can talk about what it looks like and just figure out what our first day is to have this task force and talk about those logistical things in background. I mean, and we already have a model for it that's been operating in the city for the past 2.5 years. And even just reaching out to Michelle Milam, who's been helping convene those meetings for 2.5 years, be a simple conversation on how the flow's gone in the process.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so I guess I'll leave the motion as it is then. What I will say is instead of the I'll leave the motion as is.
All right, let's vote. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Could you restate the motion?
Yeah, it was a long one. It was to direct staff to prepare a plan to transition from Richmond's current community policing model to a plan conducive to reduce police force and return to council with a preferred policing model and a plan for implementation by the end of the fiscal year. And to create a transition accountability task force of the public to advise staff during that process, and that task force would have access to legally allowable data and to legal questions from the city attorney's office, and that task force would have standing meetings with the city manager and I was gonna say the police chief, because originally or someone from the police department, I should say, and require that task force, I won't say it can be convened within 2 weeks, because it sounds like that's going to be a little more complicated, but they still will have to report back to the council by September 15th, 2020, and then monthly.
Would you accept a friendly amendment of including community groups such as a Safe Return Project, Rise Center?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid getting specific, but yeah, we could say includes, but is not limited to members of the Richmond Police Community Police Review Commission, Office of Neighborhood Safety, Safe Return Project, and the Rise Center, as well as the police department.
And even the county.
Yeah, and even the county.
And part of that motion was just allowing the task force to have access to legally available public data and just general legal consultation. Sorry, I didn't capture that. It was a long one. You're doing good, Councilman Meyer. Thank you.
It was a long one.
You're doing good.
But that's it. But yeah, so we can accommodate that. That's fine.
Okay, let's call the roll and vote, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
I'm gonna vote no, and I think the other thing is that I'm gonna take up Vice Mayor Bates' advice that I don't think we need two bodies doing this, so I'm going to disband the ad hoc committee, and we'll let the task force redesign the police department.
And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
So we will not be meeting next week. I think unless you guys want to take up this item that Councilmember Bates took off the agenda, I'm ready to go home.
I move that we approve the agenda, the one I took off.
Okay,
Okay, so put it back on.
that was item I-13, right? Or,
Yeah.
F-13.
yeah.
I spoke to the staff.
Okay.
And partially satisfied.
Okay, is there a spec?
I did want to make an announcement though, Mr. Mayor.
Please do.
We need to do something with a comprehensive program with reference to the homeless. They are scattering throughout the city, South Side, the Parkway, North Richmond, so forth. And the staff need to come up with a comprehensive program. Good news is that Amazon is hiring people left and right. There's a heavy demand, $29 an hour for the job. And if you have an automobile, they will pay you additional money plus your gas. So those people who are looking for a job should go to Amazon.com, fill out an application. As long as you got a decent record driving and an automobile, you can get pretty good money. If you don't have an automobile, you can just work at $29 an hour. So
we're going to hire 400 people.
Yeah.
Okay, so
okay, let's Councilor Bates moved it. Who seconded it?
I'll second it. F-13.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Okay, he's absent. And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Motion failed. Motion passes. Sorry.
So unless
Oh my goodness. Why with Councilmember Willis absent?
Unless somebody's got a good reason not to, I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who participated in the Juneteenth caravan, especially, special shout out to the mayor for coming out. Not sure if any of my other colleagues showed up during the event, but if you did, thank you for coming out as well. It was beautiful to see the different aspects of the Black community come out to celebrate, to continue to celebrate Juneteenth and get the word out about the 2020 census, which want to make sure everyone gets that done if you haven't already.
And I'd like to commend Police Cadet Salneron, who came out to my house and helped me out. She had great skills in working with people. So,
Well, what if somebody steal your car?
yeah,
How come you didn't call a librarian instead of the police?
I did, and they advised me on a NOLO book.
You should get those signs off your car. You got a lot of Trump people in the area. They don't like you Democrats and RPA folks.
No, I don't think it's fair of you to accuse a Trumper for stealing my car.
Okay, with that, I'm
I said
adjourning
some of
this
his
meeting.
supporters.
You guys can stay if you want to, but I'm out of here.
All right.
It's 11:52.
Ciao.
Get that RPA off of your card.